this? Are you ready for this? Change the system. It's all a revolution. Are you ready to fight? To be fearless?
Hello and welcome everyone to the PUBG Mobile Pro League. This is of course Africa Spring 2023. These teams have been heating it up on the battle stage, and of course today we know it is our last day of the phase weeks, which means at the end of today we're going to know who our top 16 are joining us, and of course the fantastic finals, and who our top 12 are before we even get to that point, who are going to be joining us in our last Vikendi. So a lot at stake, and these teams are ready to bring it to the top. Crowns, tell me, what are you expecting this week?
Well, I was about to theme today pans, vehicles, and throwables, but that's what we want to see. But while we start to talk about that, we have the format out here on the stream, as we have 16 teams that will be making it all the way to the finals, which will be determined today. But today will be the last day you will be seeing 20 teams go on and at it, because today is the third phase, or third and final phase, that we're seeing without super weekends.
Yeah, it's a tough time here for the teams because they need to bring the action every single day. Every single match is obviously going to be that much more impactful, because every mistake is going to mean you might not be making it into the finals. We know today is going to be a tough day of play. The teams are definitely going to have to put their best feet forward and hopefully bring in as many points as possible. We know the way that they can make that happen is by utilizing our point system, which has had its own few changes and modifications to make it that much more difficult.
Yeah, very, very difficult for these teams when we start to look at how to pick up the points, given that not too many of these teams are aggressive. But we're beginning to see some of the teams get more aggressive. We do know we have a couple of aggressive pushers in the lobby. And, one quick call that I'm just going to say is, like we did see yesterday, Triple Esports, going into the games yesterday, they were not really doing so much on elims, but then they would finish games and then you see like their points aren't looking so solid. And that just goes to show you just how little points you get from placements.
Yeah, look, the focus has really been on the eliminations. It's really been on the overall aggression these teams have had to bring in, which is good to see that it's finding up with the meta that started all that while ago, when we already had that change coming through with that elimination point. Now we've just focused on it much more than what we have in the past. But of course, these teams, I mean, so far, as we've mentioned yesterday, they've just been so good at adapting to that meta change, at adapting to that aggression, and bringing through a new strategy that we are so refreshed and happy to see, because the teams have been, well, entertaining us. This week has been so wild compared to the previous weeks, because it is the final opportunity for them to push it and to get as many bonus points as possible. So let's go take a look at the bonus points and see how they break it down.
And I'm pretty sure that's why we're having this week be very, very spicy, because these teams are not just fighting for the phase bonus points, they're also fighting for the bonus points of the overall. So you can tell that there's too many things at stake, and hence why these teams are giving it their all. Bonus points at the end of the phase would go in the particular order, as we decrease it by 1 point, starting from first place going on with 20 points, and second place on the overall rankings for today going down with 19 points, and then it trickles down up to 20th place with 1 point. And the same amount of points would also be given in that particular order, depending on where you sit on that general ranking.
And we know there's those 4 opportunities, right, to get your dosing of bonus points. It's been per week. Every team has been trying to get to the top of the logs for that particular week. We haven't yet had a back-to-back winner, but we might see. Titans is an opportunity to make that happen. Then, of course, at the end of all 3 weeks, on the general rankings, the top 16 teams not only get awarded their slot in the finals, but of course the entire set of those teams get their bonus points. So, speaking of that, Crowns, you know what time it is. It's time for us to talk about that prize pool.
It's time for us to talk about the money that is on the line. Today will be the final day that these teams could actually work to get themselves some Vikendi rewards. And today would also be that day where some teams will be going, or will be making the decision, or will be knowing if they will be going on with only $1,300, or if they would actually be going home with some more money if they make it into the finals. And I'm talking about that race going on the bottom of the table. So we're beginning to see teams step up. But there's you definitely want to step up when there's $60,000 on the line.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you're not going to be able to just settle for $1,300. So that's why you want to get yourselves into the final. That's when you want to get yourselves the MVP reward as well. And of course, there's that extra bonus of the Vikendi rewards. Vikendi rewards is an extra $1,000 up for grabs, depending on which teams manage to actually accomplish the Vikendi challenges. And each one is unique in its own standing. I mean, we've talked about it before. Some teams have just been gunning for the most eliminations, gunning for all of the style points, but none yet really grabbing hold of that crossbow. And we spoke about it, Krans. Unfortunately, if you're going to be gunning for the most eliminations, you've got a DBS or a shotgun in hand, maybe there's just no point in grabbing the crossbow.
Yeah, I mean, it becomes such a tough battle to actually take when you want to go against the DBS in the hands of all of these players up against a crossbow in your hand. No matter how good you are with it, that DBS and the S12K would always be ready to shut you down. But when we look at the rewards, there's still a couple more that we're seeing the teams, go on. Focus on Ilims has been everyone's, go-to. Viewers' choice is also something that we see a couple of teams already going for. Last time we were on Vikendi, we saw so many different squad wipes coming in through 3 PCs, 2 PCs, and you can tell that all of these players are actually gunning for that viewer's choice.
Absolutely. They want to bring us the clips. And I mean, we've had so many clips on the other maps with individuals stepping it up and showcasing that they have the prowess to try and claim it. But all of this needs to happen over on Vikendi. So hopefully they have been keeping a few tricks up their sleeves ready to showcase them when we eventually do get onto the snowy plains. But that will only be at the end of the day. And before we even get there, we know the teams need to secure themselves an opportunity to even try and get these challenges over towards Vikendi. And only the top 12 teams, in fact, will have that opportunity, the top 12 teams of this week specifically. And as we spoke about it, we know there's been a few shuffles, there's been a few changes. Titans finally grabbing that top slot from Black Hand after a couple of days of very tough back and forth, just with 1 point differentiating them. And that, I feel like that is just a clear-cut description of how close it's been this week.
I feel like at this point, one might just almost give the Titans, like, you know what, don't go into the finals with the bonus points. Let every other person go into the finals with the bonus points, and you start again. And I can tell you, beat my chest and say the Titans will still rise on top, because that's pretty much what the Titans did this week. They gave everyone a head start, and then they're like, okay, head start's over, we're coming over to take over. But in case you're wondering, what do they mean week? What do they mean phase? Let's take a look at that calendar and show you exactly what we've been going through in the PMPL.
As we know, today is the only day left for these teams to try and secure themselves a top 16 placement into that next weekend of finals. So we are on the last Sunday of the phases before we get ready for that all-important break before the finals, which the teams are going to be bringing it to a whole different level. I expect a lot of teams are going to have a few opportunities, obviously, to do those VOD reviews, change a couple things up to bring it back even better than they have before.
I'm telling you, and today is the day we say the hunt for top 16 begins. It has to be today or never. So all of these teams going to have to start to work towards it. But then that's the thing. What I like about the calendar is the fact that, after today's hectic games that we're going to see, all of these teams would actually get that time to, rest. There's 4 days of rest where you get to relax before you head into those finals to come start again with hectic games.
It's going to be wild, but we've spoken a lot about these teams. We've spoken a lot about the ups and downs and the opportunities they've been bringing for themselves. Go and take a look at which groups these teams have found themselves this week. As we know, it's been shuffling every single week, and today is the last day that they need to try and get used to all of these changes, because come back next weekend, it will only be 16, and then they will be playing every single match. Of course, we know Titan Gaming have already made a statement and a half trying to claim that back-to-back phase champion.
And I think today is probably the last day you want to use to get all your strategies together. And I'm saying it because we're beginning to see that with these groups, you kind of had some times where you get some matches you play without some teams who are direct opponents to your style of play. I'm saying this because of Titan Gaming and Blackjack Esports. We have that little rumble and tumble we see coming through from them on that map of Miramar, where both teams just don't seem to be able to play against each other on that map. And right now, this week or today is the last time that they get to be in, maybe you're in my Miramar, maybe you're not in my Miramar. If both teams make it to the finals, they're going to have to tough it out in all the Miramar games that are coming through in the finals.
It's going to be a very interesting set. We know in the finals there's actually going to be 6 matches per day, and that's going to follow in, I believe it's Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, just repeated. So every single day you're going to have a double dose of every single map. You're going to have that double opportunity regardless of which map is your favorite, regardless of which map is the one that you really do shine, in the finals, you have equal opportunity, just like every single one of the teams finding themselves in that top 16 slots. So it's really about cap, it's really about locking it down to see what is your strengths, what works for you, and where some of the maps you might have to bring in a little bit of extra spice to make a difference, to make a change. But we know none of this would be possible without our amazing sponsor, Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner, who has been bringing the PMPL Africa Spring, fall, whichever season you want to talk about, to your screens. It's all thanks to them. So massive shout out to Monster. And we've spoken enough about these overall rankings, well, the teams, but we haven't actually taken a look at what points they've managed to get so far.
Yes, sir. And when we start to look at this overall ranking, you just start to see some teams already running away with it. You know what? Not even some teams, a team running away with it. It is Titan Gaming, 181 points up on the board, leading everyone by a mile when we start to talk about the elimination points that they've been able to put up on board. And then they're leading second place with close to 40 points. We're talking 30 something. I don't even want to do the math, but it's a whole difference coming through from Titan Gaming and VISTA. We did see VISTA also try to put up some numbers up on the board, with Black Hand starting to fall off going through the end of the day. But then when we look at Triple Esports, these men going into yesterday's game, they were on the second page. They were on 9th position, I believe. And then at the end of yesterday, they're able to skyrocket themselves up the way to 4th position.
It's fantastic to see we had a few of those changes, right? And unfortunately, they are both positive and negative changes. We've seen a few teams drop off from this side of things because the rest have just stepped it up to a whole different level. Let's go take a look at that second page and see what our current top 12 is looking like with these top 8. Plus the likes of TIMEOUT, Esports Wave, Esports RUKH, and CRYPTICS. That's currently our top 12. Whether or not that's going to stay that way, I hope not. I hope these teams are ready to fight it out for an opportunity on Vikendi to get as many points as they possibly can, because, as we know, there's only 6 more opportunities to make it happen. Only 5 if you're in one of these groups, and only 4 if you don't make it to Vikendi. So for these teams today, the focus is going to be on CRYPTICS. Get them out of the count. Make sure that you're going to be taking all the points away from them, and then doubling down.
Yeah, this is where the fight for top 12 comes in for many of these teams, because they need to get into that top 12. I'm talking MEA Esports. They need to get into that top 12 to get themselves more points on the general ranking. Same thing can be said about URUS, because I mean, while we're not really shining too much light on URUS, they're actually one of those teams that are also on the edge of, gatekeeping that top 16 spot, right? And then not even seeing the mind weapon out here on this page becomes very, very painful. Virtual Gaming Squad currently holding 57 points. They also need to get into the top 12, because the teams that are right below them on the general rankings, they're not sleeping. They're the teams that are finding themselves doing good. I mean, TIMEOUT Esports, without cracker of a performance they were showing yesterday, Virtual Gaming Squad should be scared.
Absolutely. I would gather the same. We can take a look at the page just to see who are some of the teams that have had a bit of a tough time. We see that this has changed up since we last looked at it yesterday at the beginning of the day, but there is still an opportunity to try and close out these current standings and get yourself a little bit higher up. Of course, the focus will be on Arab Golden, the Mind Weapon, Vampires, and Smash team to try and just get it a little bit closer. Virtual Gaming right now only 1 point ahead of Arab Golden, so that's really not a lot. If you want to take it further, then URUS Esports, they're the next team, just 4 points further from that point. I think it's possible. I do think it's possible, but it's going to come down to the teams and their momentum. They can't let any map slip. They can't let any opportunity run away from them. They need to grab it and hopefully capitalize as much as they can.
I think there's just one too much catching up that needs to be done, especially from the side of Vampires and MEA Esports, right? These two teams are very far from that top 16 spot. I almost want to count them out. Well, I'm not going to count them out because I'm looking forward to seeing how they would play going into today. I want to know if some of them, or if both teams, have actually taken this same mentality that I have and what they're going to do with it. Are they going to still try to strive and get themselves the more points up on board? Or are they just going to be like, you know what, let's just sabotage everybody. Let's just come in today, have as much fun as possible, and have fun with it.
Well, speaking about today and speaking about having a little bit of fun, let's go take a look at that map schedule and see what these teams are going to be in store for. We know we've had a few Erangel heavy days, we've had a few Miramar heavy days, no Sanhok heavy days, sadness. But today we have a good balance, of course, with that addition of Vikendi at the end of the day, that not everyone is going to have an opportunity to play. So definitely for the groups that are starting on the day, A, B, C, and D, they need to try and hit the ground running, get as many points as they possibly can. But overall, I think if there was ever a day that you would want as your last opportunity to get as many points as possible, you would want it to be a balanced set of maps.
Yep, it has to be a balanced set of maps. Only one Sanhok, which means these teams will be happy about that, or some of the teams will be happy about that one. Group B will be sitting out that Sanhok game, so I'm not sure if they will be happy about that one that they've got. But anyway, Group A, B, C, and D will be heading into our first game of the day, which will be Miramar, which is nice to see. We never get tired of seeing Miramar because of how much action Miramar has tend to bring out here in the PMPL Africa. And I just have to mention, almost every single map, not even almost, every single map, we always get to that last and final circle.
No, it's been wild to witness these teams and how diligent they've been to make sure they don't go out early. But Miramar has also been throwing some of the wildest zones. I mean, we've been literally pushing these teams on off the coastline, sort of just kicking them off of the mountains and saying, well, let's see what you can do and if you can survive this. So I'm a bit worried that we're starting off with Miramar. Hopefully the zone guards will be a little bit more I guess, playful and not as violent, bringing the teams those opportunities to get the points. But we've had a fantastic showing of teams. And I have to highlight, I mean, going into this first map, obviously we're going to be asking the question, who's going to be rising to the top? I'm still thinking the Titans are cooking up a little bit of something dangerous, because we know if they manage to stay at the top of the lobby at the end of today, they will be the first team to take back-to-back phase #1 slots. So
yeah,
that's a lot to play for.
If things end up the way they are right now, Titans go into the finals with 79 points as a starter. That is scary. They're 1 point away from 80 points. And I tell you, if Titans do it, I will take it as Titans actually did finish in top 1 spot in all the phases and they got themselves 80 points. Because I'm going to do mathematics right here and I'm going to round it off to that round figure, because if they get 79 points, it's just 1 point that prevents them from getting 80. So I will take it regardless.
And I mean, the one team that managed to take that 1 bonus points away from them, if they do succeed today, would have been Triple Esports. We know currently on the standings they are fighting to get themselves up into those top slots as well, but it's been a tough battle. Everyone has stepped up almost simultaneously, so it has been quite the interesting battle. Black Hand, also a team that we've seen, bring in some shining moments. RUKH Esports yesterday as well, they just showcased some of that Phase 1 energy.
Yep, and that is one thing I love to see. And it feels like someone whispered to these teams, on Wednesday that, you know what, guys, there's something called PMGC points. Because I feel like that is what Titans are going in for right now. It's almost like they're looking for so much of a head start, so much of a bonus in terms of, gathering as many points as they can, that they're not even minding if this is actually the league stage or if it's not the league stage or not. And I love that attitude coming through from the Titans.
We do love it, and they're going to be loving this flight path because it's going to give them the quickest run to their usual drop sites, heading over to Val del Mar and, of course, Minas del Val. So a very quick start for the likes of Titans, which, again, is just cooking up some danger for me. But as we were saying, I mean, I mentioned a couple teams that I was going to be looking out for, RUKH, Titans, etc. Who are some of the teams you are going to be staring at today?
I already said I wanted to keep my eye out on the teams that are in the top, that are in the bottom 4, because I know they will be cracking up things, they will be switching things up today. But anyway, going into this first game of today, I'm going to keep my eye out on Blackjack Esports. I'm just going to say that because this is a Miramar game. They're in here with Titans, and I'd really like to see what they can put up on board. Also, now with the zone, I go triple.
Ooh, why? Again? I feel like we've had this zone more than any other zone on Miramar. What is happening? Right? We don't get any of the northern zones anymore. We don't even get a lot of love to the center anymore. We just go west or east. That's the only option you get.
With a lot of water.
Again, it's us. It's the three of us.
It's us. We'll take that one. And I tell you, if we do not see these type of zones in the finals, then I know it's me. But anyway, that being said, a couple of hot drops will be looking to be blooming up on the north as we see Smash Team and Raad looking to be landing close to each other. RUKH Esports may have spotted that, and I look forward to seeing them probably moving for a little bit of a third party. There's a couple of teams that can afford to, play more carelessly, play more random, and you see that randomness that is about to come through today. That is what I want to see. We're going to see so much random plays, and I cannot wait.
I honestly can't wait to see what these teams are going to deal with. I mean, now that they've had such a good helping hand in terms of the zone, they've seen this more times than they can honestly count. And with that comes a little bit of that experience. Now we're not talking about the teams that normally would use those drop sites as the teams that have the quote unquote most experience. But now everyone has had that equal opportunity. So it's going to be definitely interesting. We've seen Triple Esports, or at least IC, being an absolute menace to the teams in the final moments of that zone. So this is going to be an interesting one. We also have to take a look at what these hot drops are going to be looking like, because again, this is your last day of play. Do you really want to be taking these risks, or are you going for a little bit of sabotaging?
Yep, sabotaging is one thing I really want to see. Like, I'm actually here, like, yes, sabotage, yes, take them out, because that's what I want. Anyway, I think Smash Team and Raad will be taking their time to get looted up. Humada does seem to be a very large place. I'm not too sure about how many vehicle spawns they have in the area. So that being said, it might be a little bit tough to find a vehicle out. I've said Smash Team a vehicle, try to rotate all. Oh, they do have one. Try to rotate all the way to Campo Militar, and it does look like that is what they've got in mind. Because they're going all the way to Campo Militar, continue their looting phase, trying to avoid that early hot drop. And this just goes to show me that what I said in the beginning of the day, it's a situation of Smash Team. I am saying that I don't think Smash Team can still do it, but Smash Team is like, you know what, we have 191 points, we might just be able to get ourselves just enough points to overtake the Mind Weapon up on that top 16.
Ooh, it is definitely a tough battle. I would say we mentioned this briefly off camera at the end of yesterday, that Timeouts and Smash are going to be the two teams we're going to be staring at, because they're still in contention. They can still make it happen in a single day of play. Don't get me wrong, they are going to have to bring out all the stops. They are going to have to run for that top slot and get as many points as they possibly can to even be still in contention. But it is still going to be an interesting one, because we know the Mind Weapon, we have already seen Virtual Gaming change up slots. They picked up a fantastic set of points yesterday to get them out of that top 16 and into the top 15. So now the pressure's on the Mind Weapon to do pretty much the same thing and be the gatekeeper and make sure no one is going to take their slot.
Yep, the gatekeeping of this slot will be real. The World of Battle, they did show us a little bit of a nice gameplay going into yesterday's games. And like, this is a team that we've seen them show us glimpses of what they're capable of doing, right? And I really want to see them, show us that, we're the World of Battle, we can put our points on board. Yesterday, 34 points that they were able to accrue makes me feel proud.
It's not bad, man. I'm telling you, these teams are all here to bring through like their absolute best performances, which is what we love to see. It gives us a lot of excitement for what the future is going to be holding for these teams. But of course, we know it's not just over just yet. They still have these 4 games today for every single group before we try and look at what Vikendi is going to be holding for them. But as we talk about it, Timeout getting up close and personal just a little bit here with Triple Esports over towards Impala. Triple at the moment running that 2-1-1 split. So if they do manage to isolate either Chemo or Old Boy, then there's a little bit of danger lurking around the corner.
Hopefully, Timeout can continue to put up points up on board. We saw them yesterday pulling up a couple of points, showing us that they know what to do, or they're in for that race, that top 16 race. So, going into this Miramar game, I hope they can continue to show us that kind of attitude. They do look to have wandered into the premises of Old Boy from Triple Esports, and the grass, the snake in the floor. Oh, he's going to be so pissed. He's going to be so pissed. He's probably yelling right now.
You wanted to isolate them, but not that way. You need to be checking corners here. But they didn't have a reason to think that there would be anyone here. It's been extremely quiet. There has been no sort of noise or indication as to why they would expect anyone within Impala just yet. So Old Boy is just playing the best game of hide and seek ever.
When you lose Ragnar this early on into the game, it just takes away so much momentum. You're not feeling so good, especially losing him in such manner, right? And then they know who takes him out. You don't see the likes of Triple Old Boy take out one of the player, make that 2 now as Timeouts decided to rotate away, try not to take that engagement. Mido and Hazard are nowhere near. And Old Boy is just going to be that sabotaging factor. And I said it. The teams on the top could also decide to be the sabotaging factors.
I love it. So they're making it very difficult for anyone to try and just shake things up to get themselves a bit of slot into the finals. But of course, we know Now with Old Boy shouting, hey, I've just taken out 2 of this one team. Maybe you want to rotate in and help me out to take out the rest. You can see the rest of Triple Esports have already rotated in to shut down Impala. Meanwhile, Timeout have already backed on off. They are keeping the 2 members they still have live and available, whereas URUS, we can see, are moving in closer and closer towards Impala, potentially for a secondary third party, but IC might be the determining factor as they are currently climbing that mountain. Weiss should be able to spot out the vehicle. I don't think they will have the angle, however, to do anything about it for the time being. But at least there's communication from Triple Esports that URUS are moving in.
Yep, that communication, trigger, discipline, love to see it, right? And the side of Triple are also a little bit aware. They may have heard the vehicles off in the distance, kind of know that they have to check that shoreline. And one thing I like from Triple Esports is, all the times we've gotten these zones before, would see Triple Esports try to go to the shoreline, right? And the last time we got this, it did not pay out well for them. And now seeing the way that they're having this type of zone again, it's interesting to see them not going for the shoreline, but instead trying to go for more of the higher ground, trying to go for more of the buildings and the cities. Because, you know, that's where you want to be. We've always mentioned it, that the shorelines up on that eastern edge, they're more like low grounds and open fields. You do not really want to find yourself there.
And then the massive drop off right into the water, which again, if the zone does finish there, it's going to be causing a little bit of a ruckus for those final few teams to try and fight it out. I mean, one slip of the foot and you're in the drink, not really able to do anything in the final moments. So hopefully all of the teams have learned their lesson from previous phases, because again, we've had this so many times in the last couple of weeks. It's honestly ridiculous at this point, but at least they have the experience. So maybe there's something to say for that. We would rather not give them a safe zone because they haven't had safe zones in such a long time. I think they would be more shocked with a safe zone than with some wild zones.
Yeah, I feel like the teams now know the western, eastern, and southern, you know, parts of Miramar more than they know the centers, you know, because normally we would see people know all the, you know, Picados and power grid area, but right now we're seeing so much eastern finishes that these teams already know where the good spots are, and that's what makes it harder and harder every time we get these eastern shifts, because every team has been doing the VODs. They know what they're going to do, they know the good spots to be in, and everyone now wants to start fighting for those good spots.
This is what we like to see, right? We want to see these teams stepping on up. And I mean, you know, speaking about stepping up, I was taking a look at some of the elimination leaders that we've been seeing just in this week alone. We already know that Triple Esports, or P6 specifically, has been one of the first players to actually get 100 eliminations. So that's wild, just out of all of 3 weeks. But in this... Yeah, seriously, it's wild. But just in this week alone, Teak has already picked up 42, and we've got RUKH picking up 40 from Black Hand. Then the third highest is, of course, Old Boy from Triple Esports. So these are players you do not want to mess with. I mean, similarly, we can see RUKH already moving in with the vehicles and finding Ilias.
48 though. That's a lot. That is a lot. And this is coming off of the fact that Titan Gaming actually had 2 bad days. Imagine they had 2 good days starting this phase. It would have been something different. I do have to point out that RUKH from the side of Black Hand has also been one very impressive player going into this phase. We've not really seen him do much, and this was something that we were, you know, kind of skeptical about, because we started to talk about we're talking about the Rust apocalypse that we saw happen at the beginning of the, you know, of the PMPL in general. So many transfers here and there, and we're wondering just how well the teams are going to adapt, how much synergy the players would have with themselves. And, you know, seeing a couple of these players already doing it, like RUKH, it's impressive to see.
Absolutely. I mean, his 40 eliminations, only 2 behind Teak for this week alone. That is a wild number to be talking about at this level PMPL. So definitely in terms of individual prowess, we've got a lot of fantastic individuals, but they need to make it count as a team. I have to agree with you there. So as we talk about these teams now rotating on in, with that zone centering up, it is going to start cutting away as much of that water as we possibly can, including those coastal line ridges. So Triple Esports will be one of the last teams to hold that for now. We should still see a few rotations, specifically Titans moving in from the south, but meanwhile Blackjack Esports finding Greedy for kills.
Well, this is game 1, so if Greedy doesn't win this fight, I wouldn't be too surprised. They have lost 1 player, Fivo, but Zeke would go down in the trade, as Nosa would also follow to get yet another knock onto the side of Blackjack Esports. Phoenix trying to see if he can get a couple of damage done, but his HP would suffer for it as they have to fall to the top of the stairs, trying to hold down. MG with a jump will fall as he's going to get knocked. Phoenix now the last player left, and Blackjack Esports gets sent back into the lobby with the burn from Greedy for kills.
I mean, when you talk about greedy for kills, Zuxi also one of those people who have managed to get themselves up into the top 10 slots in terms of eliminations, picking up 26 so far just this week alone. And we know in the previous weeks they have also just been absolutely wild. So greedy for kills, maybe starting to shake things up, bring in a new energy or new pattern into their play today. We'll have to wait and see how it turns out. Titans, though, looking for triple esports. Ooh, this is a bit of a declaration of war.
It really is. Normally, we'd see Titan Gaming on more of the southern side, but right now they're looking to go for more of an eastern rotation. And I think they're probably trying to look at the playing path to zone ratio that we had, expecting that they wouldn't have too many teams on this eastern edge. Kind of surprising, but one thing we do know, and we've said this multiple times, the teams in the lobby do not do too well with surprises. So you'll be very surprised when you see Titans on this eastern edge, starting to frag out.
You would be very surprised indeed, but I mean, with the zones that we've been having, with the information these teams have been working with, we'll have to wait and see how they're going to be bringing their own spin into these next few rotations. It's definitely going to be heating up. As you can see, the World of Battle already finding timeout. And we know for timeout, this is more an important battle. This has more impact on their overall standings than it does for the World of Battle.
It's a 2-on-2 trade, but the idea of timeout not quite starting this one with as many players as possible. One player will go down for the side there of the World of Battle as Strong goes down to the third party. Timeout with the jump shot from Hazard. He's able to get the wipe and keep at least one of his players. Actually, there was only one player is able to keep Mido still alive. But the thing is, there's a couple of teams that were doing a little bit of third party, and we're talking about Arab Golden. The side of Urus also heard all of that shots. Do they want a piece of the action? It doesn't quite look like it yet.
I have to wonder what's going on that western side. We can see Vista, Vampires, GREEDYFORKILLS. They're all finding one another. A little bit of a back and forth, as well as Vampires still need to rotate on in the rest of their team to help out Ninja, hopefully to be able to survive that onslaught. So we'll wait and see. It looks like that third party is going to come to fruition here. GREEDYFORKILLS finding themselves out in the open and a little bit afraid. We still see that Vampires are out in the blue just behind them, rotating in now.
Oh. We look forward to seeing how that one closes up. We just see VISTA Gaming up towards the side here of Greedy. Greedy already up by 6 elims. You know they've got adrenaline pumping in their veins. They're so glad and happy to take this one. This is not Greedy that would normally see on the first game, but it's nice to see them implementing change into their gameplay. Yes, we love to see it. Adapt, get better. That is one thing that we can never stop counting out. Oh, sorry, we can never count out. But anyway, grenades would be coming through. Nosa trying to find that opening, but VISTA Gaming, they've got Aboud on that off angle. He does look to be getting to the buggy, probably to get yet another one, another angle. But Fivo still sending the grenades. Really, they want all of these compounds. I mean, it's not even in the zone, but then they realize they have to take out VISTA Gaming in order to make a smooth rotation into the circle.
It's going to be a spicy one. Vista now having to deal with the rest of GREEDYFORKILLS as they've decided this is it for them. They want these eliminations. Vampires, in the meanwhile, of course, have backed off because they've only been relegated down to 1. So they're not going to get involved. Now, Vista, they have to hold off.
They really do. The shots coming through from the side. They will find one knock. As Nosa now trying to see if he can get a return to kind of even the tide. Zoxy be that first player down for the side there of GREEDYFORKILLS. Doesn't quite sound too nice. But we do know if Evo and even Nosa have what it takes to, hold on to this fight. VISTA Gaming having that one knock. Not quite going for the... Wait a minute. Where are the rest? Where's VISTA Gaming?
They split up. They ran with a bit of a 3-1, a 2-1 split at the time. And now, unfortunately, that's what's being punished as we see GREEDYFORKILLS moving in. But Bizarro has been holding on for these last couple of days. Unfortunately, the turnaround is too fast. Again, numbers advantage to the team of GREEDYFORKILLS. And now they just need to get the cleanup going before Itzabud can get those meds popped off.
Oh, it's so unfortunate that VISTA Gaming were not able to capitalize on the first knock that they got. Mozaro still crawling, trying to lay so much information up onto his teammates. Greedy would let that one happen as they're so focused on grabbing the elims. Molotov to the top of the room to try to get the burn. Would not quite see through yet, as Mozaro will get thirsted. Aboud would go down as Kakao, now the last player left. Yazan in the background might just be able to pinch for the side of Greedy as they get all revives up. Kakao still trying to find that knock, but he's up in a 1v4 situation, trying to prevent that push, buying himself a little bit more time. But Greedy, they are not so greedy right now. They're being patient as ever.
They also have to be aware though that our Golden might be pushing on, and any team would want to get involved in this third party. So we're not only going to be adding our Golden into the mix, we were going to add Vampires, but we're going to say goodbye to them as well. But Mo is also involved, already sending a few shots. Now Arab Golden holding a bit of a crossfire here, waiting for those rotations just to be able to take the likes of GREEDYFORKILLS out. And what a bait and switch, wants it in the prime position. But now what will the rest of GREEDYFORKILLS do?
This is surprising from Greedy because I'm pretty sure they are aware that all of Vista gaming is not done. So why are they still going for this push into the circle rather than the full swipe? But anyway, they do try to get into the circle. Zoxy is down. Fever is very low on HP. The blue zone is pushing up. They find themselves in a very terrible position right now with only 3 players alive. And Arab Golden very, very consistent on that gatekeep.
Love to see it. Arab Golden just finding the prime opportunity, and Broly said, you know what, that's not enough, I want a little bit more. Just going to be scouting out to see where GREEDYFORKILLS are currently holding. We do see they managed to get that res just for now onto Zuxi, but again they are going to be fighting and running away from this blue zone, heading on in now from this western portion. It is not going to be easy for them. Ooh, but that's going to make it just a tad easier.
Well, the gatekeepers have now become the gate kept, as Arab Golden will lose 1 player on their split. Eagle trying to see if he can find the return knock, but will not be able to quite get all the damage done. But the angles very superior from the side of Arab Golden, as Eagle will find the knock up onto Zoxy. Another player would be down. It's Fevo for the side of GREEDYFORKILLS, as they're down to the final hopeful in Nosa. His head can't be spotted a little bit by Eagle, but he's not quite seeing him yet.
Just a few pixels, but the blue zone's doing the damage, right? So you almost don't have to worry. You know the job will be done. You know you will confirm that GREEDYFORKILLS get sent back into the lobby. But I mean, that's a lovely, lovely push coming through there from Arab Golden now to hold off and to keep at least one of the competitors not able to get some points here. But now the Mind Weapon Titans, oh, talking about a pincer. Titans are feeling like they want to showcase one of their own.
Yep, the surprise factor for the Mind Weapon would be Titan Gaming. An exchange of grenade from Delhap and Puncher would come through, but none quite connected. P6 is here in the vicinity. He knows he's had enough of it, but actually is able to pinpoint that grenade onto the side of the Mind Weapon as they're down to just 2. And this is what I was saying. The surprise factor, they're not really expecting to have a team coming through from there. And if they expected a team, it's not even Titan Gaming.
No, I mean, why would you be expecting right now that anyone's still going to be holding onto this eastern side? Normally, that would only be left towards Triple Esports, but they've also taken a bit more of a southern approach, leaving Impala, leaving that eastern side, and rather opting for that southern opportunity. But here we go. URUS now finding Mo Esports. As I talk about it, wonderful rotation here towards the west. We know Arab Golden not too far off from getting involved either, but Mo Esports, they need to make this quick before any of those third parties come to fruition.
Yeah, and Arab Golden has proven to be that team that can come into play spoiler onto any team. They do look to be taking on the side of Triple Esports in background, so Mo Esports are able to buy themselves a little bit of time. But Team URUS, they still have the zone, they have nothing to rush about, and the one engagement we never stop seeing. RUKH Esports all against the side there of Black Hand. 5 eliminations up onto RUKH Esports. You can tell they've got the momentum factor going into this one, as Black Hand now reduced to just that solo player in Koa to hold on in the 1v4 situation. Pusher pushing up the top of the hill. Koa losing a whole lot of HP from the third party, and RUKH Esports would clean up the short lines. They would actually clean up the northern lines of the zone.
Hey, we love to see it. So much action happening at the same time. Already, we are relegated down to only 9 teams who are holding on, just trying to get as many points as they possibly can. The Mind Weapon, as we spoke about, a Titan slowly but surely, they were encircling them, looking to just kick them out of the lobby. But now it is down to only 2 nades being sent on through, and they're going to be connecting beautifully. Max goes down, and now the Mind Weapon down to only 1, trying to hold on, but it's too much. Titans, numbers advantage all day, every day.
The angles that Titans are holding in on this eastern side, it's so nice to see. P6 holding a very off angle, and it works so well for him because he's able to provide cover, able to provide support, and he's also able to gather as much information as possible. And I can even say it's almost textbook that the players there from Titan will be pushing up onto Smash Team next, because Smash Team, the position already known by P6, it's only a matter of time before they push up.
Love to see this now. Titans having that opportunity to loot on up. Mo Esports, they're continuing on their rampage. moving in, trying to take out URUS. Now next, a bit of a pre-nade comes on through. Moment has an opportunity now to potentially just take on down Hansley, and that is going to make this so much more palatable here for URUS. Mo Esports, they're slow on the pickup. Skydo only stepping up now. Hansley still needs backup.
How does Moment have so much? Like, this was a knock that was supposed to have come through since Mo Esports, but the support was lacking, and the third party does come through to clean up both sides, both URUS, both the side there of Mo Esports. I feel like that was a very poor push coming through from Mo Esports. You had two players giving the cover fire, but nobody was giving the cover fire. They were just there. It's painful.
We'll have to wait and see how they switch that one up. One map down, and now we still have to try and find out who's going to be our winner chicken dinner winners. Well, coming through in Miramar so far. RUKH Esports already up with 11. Triple Esports up with 8 eliminations, and Titans trailing behind with 5. Ironically, because I feel like we've just been seeing Titans with that explosive energy, but yet it's Triple and RUKH, the teams that are trying to fight out here for that winner chicken dinner.
Unless you take out the Titan here, if Titan currently are on 6 eliminations, and you know our theory states, if Titans get 7 eliminations in a game, they're almost unstoppable. They're getting that top 2, if not even the chicken dinner. Triple Esports find themselves out here in the vicinity, trying to see if they can stop an end to that run before they each hit that 7-point mark. But Icy is going to be the first man in line, looking to apply a little bit of pressure onto the side there of Tick. But RUKH Esports coming in for the third party of the century as they're getting the knock. But man, you've got to admire the advantage, the third party, the domination coming through from the side here of RUKH Esports. Already up to 11 elims. These guys are onto something.
We said at phase 1, RUKH Esports is definitely back in action here, trying to make sure they pick up every single possible point. That nade, pinpoint accurate over towards Old Boy. And now RUKH Esports, they have that opportunity here to completely wipe out Triple Esports and give themselves all the space necessary on towards that southern portion of the zone.
Full first aid kit coming through from Icy, not something we see really implemented as RUKH Esports looking to clean up the solo. Smash Team has got Rolex, but that man does not have time as they're pushing up onto his location. They pinpoint him, send him back, and that is going to be a 12th elim, 12 points for the side there of RUKH Esports. Arm Golden, the last solo left, and it's only a matter of time. Haman is not in the zone, he has to get in, but the Titans, they're not going to relax. They're taking out the side there of Triple Esports, looking for that 7th elim, and they get it. And I feel like this is the point. You most likely cannot stop them anymore. They're down to a 2-piece, not so much of a numbers advantage, but these guys are going to start to work.
They're gonna have to work a lot here, Crowns, because they're up against the full piece here of RUKH Esports. They're 4 players up. They've got 12 eliminations. In terms of statistics, I think I'm going to be leaning towards RUKH Esports, regardless of what I said at the beginning of this Miramar. I don't know how Titans are going to turn it around. There's definitely still an opportunity. We have seen solos do a lot more with a lot less. So now as you take a look at it, we've got a solo from Triple, a solo from Arab Golden, and then the duo coming through from that western side. Now, if they can find IC, they do. Then it's just one more from Arab and the rest of RUKH.
Done. The work is done, really, because that just makes things easier for the side of RUKH Esports. RUKH Esports already sitting on 12 elims, and there's only, 3 players left for them to take out. Unless RUKH Esports gets so greedy, I don't see them losing this game. They are aware of the position coming through from Arab Golden, and the same thing can be said about Titans, but Titans are looking for that off angle, trying to capitalize more on the amount of space they have in the zone, but it's almost too late because RUKH Esports, they've got their wings spread all across the zone. They're sitting in the center of the circle, very confident. A 2-1-1 split coming through from their side, and you can tell that they know exactly what is going on. They're just waiting.
They're waiting for their opponents to be able to make the mistakes. They do not want to be the first ones necessarily to step on up, although I might be eating my words as we send 2 here from RUKH Esports to completely surround and pincer through the rest of Titans. We see Puncher and Aksha out in the open, and now it is just one more member, and then they might as well just secure it.
Well, Puncher able to do a lot of damage, gets 1 knock, looking for the second up onto Pusher, but he's gonna have to stick that reload in, costing him his life, and that will be all. Arab Golden able to secure at least the 2nd place finish. Broly takes some shots, would find another knock, but his HP goes down way too much, and RUKH Esports have got 1 too many angles on that zone as they get that first winner chicken dinner of the day, backing it up with 15 eliminations.
Numbers advantage, as I said it all day, every day, and that is going to be the storyline here for RUKH Esports, bringing in a fantastic set of eliminations to start off their day. This is really going to bolster them on the standings as well. They're really going to be fighting for that slot in Vikendi, so we'll have to wait to see just after this one what those match rankings ended up looking like. But the fact that we had not only the Titans, Triple Esports, even a little bit of Arab Golden sprinkled in between into those final zones is showcasing a lot of possibilities when we come back on Erangel, right? Because we know all of that spacing is really fantastic. We had a wild zone for the teams to deal with, but now if we move over to Erangel with that same sort of energy, I'm expecting a lot more chaos.
I just like the fact that RUKH Esports took so much advantage of the circle. We cannot continue to say this. The space that you can have in the zones really work out well for you. And the instance they took out Black Hand on that north, they knew this is our biggest competitor up on this northern angle. We can take out any other person in the circle. And that was just beautiful gameplay coming through from RUKH Esports. Don't let me even get started on Titans. Deciding to go for a different type of rotation and making it that far, nah, that was good. Let us see the highlights coming through from this Miramar game.
Game 1 already setting the tone for the rest of the day. Whether or not we'll see if that's going to come to fruition here for the rest of the teams, if they'll be able to follow suit in terms of what RUKH Esports have just managed to do, or maybe they will even be seeing some records broken once again today. But let's take a look at the match rankings and see. We know RUKH Esports, of course, top of the lobby, surely, 25 points. I mean, who else is going to get close to that?
Oh, definitely not Triple Esports. They were able to put up 14 points up on board. And I'm liking this now. I like the fact that yesterday we called out Triple Esports for not getting elims. And today they're going into the game, first game of the day. And now they're getting more elims than they're getting placement points. Love to see it. Now, Titan Gaming, able to get 8 elims before they got stopped in their tracks. 13 points up on board. Arab Golden, having that one player survive till the end was very nice for them because they needed those placement points to back up the amount of eliminations they were able to get in the early phases of the game.
We love to see it. These teams have been cracking a little bit of monster before these matches, bringing all this kind of energy. As we take a look at that second page, though, we know Mo Esports is going to be ending up in 8th place with 3 points. We take a look at the rest of the teams, and it's no surprise that we have such a top-heavy scoreline. I mean, having all of these teams individually stepping up, grabbing eliminations the way that they have, it makes sense. And unfortunately, the Mind Weapon Vista Gaming, the World Battle, Blackjack Esports will be going to the donut shop, as we like to say here.
Beginning to see much of a decline now. Well, I'm talking about Black Hand, not quite getting much points up on board. Triple Esports, make that Timeout Esports, putting up just 1 point up on board. That is not the kind of attitude that we're looking for from a team that is trying to make it into that top 16. But guess what? It's just game 1, right? Out of 5 games, or 4 games for each of the teams. But this is just game 1, which means they still have time, 3 more games to try and put up good numbers up on the board. But man, 3 games to cover a what? 20-something point gap. Can you do it, Timeout?
That's going to be the question. We know, of course, they're also fighting for that opportunity over towards Vikendi. And right now, I would say every single team wants to get as many points as they possibly can. So any opportunity you can grab, please do take it. But while we talk about that, while we ponder all of those fantastic ideas, we're going to be taking a short break and we'll be right back with Erangel.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League. So far, Africa has been lighting up our screens, bringing in a wild, chaotic energy over into this week. I mean, they have just been fighting some crazy, crazy battles, putting up some wild, wild numbers, crowds.
Well, permit me there. I was just having a gulp of my Monster Energy because they are our official partner here in the PUBG Mobile Pro League Spring Split 2023. We've had so many beautiful games coming through all across this phase. Last day, first game, an absolute banger, and I cannot wait for this next Erangel game.
You said it, yeah, it is the last day of play, so we have just played one of our first games of the day, and now we're going to be heading on into the second one, that being Erangel. And as we start whittling down these numbers, as we start getting closer and closer to the end of the day, the pressure is just going to continue building, because we know we're getting that point where we need to say goodbye. Unfortunately for teams, I think that's why we're both dressed in black, because we are very sad that we have to do that today, but it has to be done as we prepare for the finals.
Yes, sir, because that finals we want to scrutinize, we want to clear out and know who those top 16 teams that will be battling it out would be. But anyway, we're about to get into Sanhok. We'll be seeing a couple of groups, Sanhok, into Erangel. We'll be a couple of groups sit this one out. It will be Group D sitting out. It will be Black Hand, RUKH Esports, Smash Team, and the Mind Weapon. And I tell you, RUKH Esports probably not happy about that one because, you know, they just got a very good game, a good chicken dinner, and then having to sit down and relax. I don't think they want to relax going into the next game.
It's a bit tough, but if RUKH Esports are going to be sitting out, we know the likes of Titans were very close to grabbing that winner-winner chicken dinner. I'm still thinking they are cooking up a little bit of something else. And for me, it would be wild, because then, again, since we have changed the format, since we have brought in this format, we would then potentially, at the end of the day, have our first back-to-back week champion, which would, of course, be Titans setting the tone, potentially, for what those finals are going to hold. So it's a very interesting set that we have right up ahead of us. The rest of the However, it's up to them to make that not happen. If they can take out the Titans, if they can make sure that this Erangel is not going to be their game, then I think we might still have a chance.
Well, like I said, someone may have told the Titans about PMGC points, and some of them might have also told them about making it into PMWI, because I can tell you, the Titans don't look like they're going to stop anytime soon, right? And that's the thing about, we said this about the Titans earlier in the phase. When they start, they do not know when to stop. So you have to make sure you do not let them start. And this is what I say, when they start, and in the game, it's defined as when they get 7 points from elims, they have started. Then they don't know how to stop. So that being said, if you take out the Titans like we saw yesterday, you will have a good game in your hand.
It's the opportunity that lies ahead of us. We know Titans has been sort of that, if we can call it that gatekeeper for the rest of the teams. We often do compare them, obviously, either to Titans or to CRYPTICS. CRYPTICS this week, it just hasn't been the performance we would normally expect. But Titans came back swinging in day number 2, really making us eat all of our words. And you know what? We're thankful for that, because it's going to force the rest of the teams to be better and to showcase an even better performance.
Well, wait no further, as we're about to get into the second game of the day. It's going to be none other but the beautiful map of Erangel as we'll get into it. And I tell you, I can't wait to see what this Erangel game would bring to us in terms of the zone. We do have one of those nice playing paths that we see all the way from Sanhok military base, taking us all the way to the open fields of Stolba. Maybe nothing too stressful for all of the teams, but we know the ultimate stress would be when that zone decides to pop off and show up on that northwestern side.
We love to see it. Bring in the action here because we know, we mentioned it briefly. I feel like the teams are not used to the center of maps anymore. They just don't get to ever go there. All they need to do is just head to the water, to the coastline, to those obscure points on the map, and that seems to be where the zone is heading. So hopefully we'll be giving them a bit of a challenge, which is an ironic thing to say, and hoping for a center zone.
Yeah, well, maybe center zone will be what we'll get, but I don't think. I feel like if we get center zone, all of these teams will be more confused because it's going to be a situation of so what are we supposed to do now that the zone is this nice? You know, everybody has been so used to very bad zones that right now if they get a good zone, it's almost like, wow, this is new. What are we supposed to do?
How do we do this? You know, they've got that some mentality. They have been in the trenches for so long, especially for this week. And in the week that it has the most pressure, we have had some of the worst zones. And I mean, you know what? I stopped today, right? Let's head over to the northern points of Erangel. Another one that I don't think we've really been able to see. I mean, the fact that shooting range, Severny, RUKH is all in contention spots for this first phase. Come on. What more would you want?
I see this zone and I go finally. Like finally. You know, something different.
Not west, not south,
right?
not east.
Not west, not south, not east. It's just different. I mean, there's like what 20-30% water in it, but we don't mind. I know it's gonna get chunked off, you know, going into the second or third phases. But with this playing path, we're seeing a different drop, a different split coming through from MEA Esports. And no, I don't agree, Mo. What is this? Why? You're going into RUKH area, and you know, RUKH is not playing. Virtual Gaming Squad is there, but I just feel like you're going into an area that you're not so familiar with. I don't see, like, nah, no.
Vlad, I told you, you know, if we get a weird zone, if we get a normal zone, it's going to throw these teams off. And here we go. We go to a place we haven't been able to see before in PMPL Africa for Spring 2023. We go to a lot of new points of interest. I mean, the fact that, again, Severny is an opportunity here. We know Virtual Gaming obviously going to be grabbing it. That's one of their frequent spots. That's one of the places they feel most comfortable. MEA Esports probably thought the same thing. And, you know, when they see those parachutes coming down, they're like, oh, maybe not the case. Let's drop rather a little bit further away. Let's grab a vehicle. Let's get out of here. At least that's what I hope is happening. And what I hope is happening is, I'm not too sure because I don't know why Chemo's here.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, Triple Esports also another team going for a different type of split now. We see them around the outskirts of Pochinki and also around the outskirts of Gatska. Not something or not a place we'd normally see them. It does look like today they decided to go for their split land that they'll use to get a vehicle. And they decided that, you know what, we're not going to get vehicles. We're not going to drive to Primos. We're just going to start our rotation. How much loot we'll be able to get from this part. See how confident we'd be to head into the rest of the game. Skeptical about it. Now that you've lost one player in Kimo, you might as well start that rotation. But it does look like we have a car chase. Hansley on the three-wheelers. We spoke about them yesterday.
Yeah, no, those just please. The three-wheelers is a bad sign. It's a bad omen. Please, just don't. But hey, we have to wait and see what these teams are going to make use of it. What's interesting though is, unlike everyone else that's pretty much just tried to change things up a little bit more if they haven't been favored into this next zone, Wave Esports have stuck to their guns. They've gone for that drop over towards Nova on the military base island, now having to make a rotation, of course we know. I'm not sure if they're going to be opting for that Western Bridge approach because either Vista is to the west or Titans are to the east. So I guess pick the lesser evil. Would that be Vista?
I don't know. I feel like for Wave, it's going to be down to how much research they've done, and at this point, it would mean they would have to find so much stems and so much things to work with. GG's, Hates, and Paradox now getting pushed by the side of Virtual Gaming Squad in the car chase. And at this point, Virtual Gaming Squad is just like, yep, we know they're around here somewhere, so let's just chase them. And well, it does seem to be working out well for them. Not gonna lie, I do not expect to see MEA Esports in this area once again. These guys are at the shorelines, right? They've been taking all 3 eliminations have come through from that shorelines who were split apart. And Skydo, the last player left, is in the shooting range, you know? If you're going to land in a new area, you want to be as close to each other as possible. I'm not even going to... I feel like at this point, I'm not going to talk about it anymore, especially how they go for those long splits. But the more bad games, this is 2 bad games already out of 4 that you get for today to make it into the... to make it not just into Vikendi, also into the finals. And I feel like you're running out of games. It's already a GG's from here on out.
I mean, hey, there's always point to say that you can still focus on that Vikendi opportunity, right? I mean, we said it. Maybe even fighting for those challenges, they might be one of the first teams that actually go for it and get the crossbows, because so far no one else has done that. It's an open challenge, and it's been fairly easy to say that if you can just get crossbow kills so far, then you are more than likely going to be guaranteed that reward. So I would say, even if you this week or the last few weeks haven't been going the way that you would want, set yourself up for success later on. Don't let it stop here. Don't let your story end here. Let's see a little bit more of those glimpses of hope towards the end of the day. But speaking of one of these beautiful, beautiful glimpses of hope, Erangel has shown to be a very northern approach now for these teams, all trying to make their rotations in. That blue zone is slowly but surely encroaching on the rest of these teams as they're going to be forced to move in. Some have already decided to rotate earlier rather than later, Arab Golden being one of those teams. CRYPTICS as well, running a 2-2 split, doing the exact same alongside Blackjack Esports.
Surprising to see CRYPTICS going for early rotation. They're not that team that would normally see on early rotations. They would usually start their rotation very late. But seeing the type of zone that we've got out here, it's quite understandable. A lot of these teams looking to stay close to the bridge, because obviously we know that zone has not really decided where he wants to stay. There is still that chance that it could go down towards the south, so everyone not quite capitalizing or not quite focusing on that northern edge of the circle. A couple of people staying close to the bridge. We're looking at RUKH, we're looking at Vampires also somewhere close to the bridge. These players there from Timeout also close to the bridge. The World of Battle also close to the bridge, so you can just tell like everyone is trying to breach camp right now in case anything happens.
I like it. I do. I mean, you never know. There might still be that one team on Military Base Island. Obviously, we know it was Wave Esports with that flight path. It makes sense. But now it is, it's into the danger zone here. What sort of decision they're going to be making going to the west or the eastern bridge? They might be finding a team on either side. We'll have to wait and see how the timing works out. We know the blue zone has officially crossed both of those bridges, so the teams necessarily holding those points might want to move on out. Blackjack Esports just doubling back a little bit, potentially to wrap around CRYPTICS or take a bit more of a northern approach. We know the side of Stolba is pretty much open for the taking if they do want to go that far. And at this point in time, obviously these compounds completely open. So it's a nice open area for them to be holding for the time being while we wait for that next zone shift. And Vampires, Crowns, what's happening?
Oh, they are taking a fight with the side of Timeout, and they have lost 1 player so far. But here comes the players there from Timeout. They're still up as a 3-man squad as the push up the stairs would stop, able to prevent that one. But another grenade would take down Ragnar for the side here of Timeout, and Abdullah would also be a casualty to that grenade as Vampire is able to turn the tides now. Hazard, the last player left, definitely not in a good position, and he does get taken out. Now, Vampires having fun with it, they have nothing to lose. Timeout, on the other hand, this is not the type of game that they need if they're looking to catch up to Virtual Gaming Squad or even the Mind Weapon.
Ooh, it's going to be a tough one. Again, we know all of the teams finding themselves in that bottom 4 are gunning for as many points as they possibly can. Obviously, Vampires being one of them. It's going to be an interesting one. CRYPTICS, again, in terms of the rotations, now heading over towards Severny, because we know the zone very close to centering up on Severny. So there's going to be a lot of focus of teams trying to get these compounds as soon as possible, because it's either way going to be giving them an opportunity to hold on and better compounds that they can utilize. But now Virtual Gaming, they need to defend their real estate.
Hey, I always wondered where this building was. So it is outside of Severny. You know, when you play the arena modes, there's this part, there's this one of the arena modes that has this area. I never knew this was where it was. Well, that is good knowledge. Side of CRYPTICS coming into Severny to get a clean wipe onto the side there. Or not, maybe not a clean wipe, but to get a couple of players out of their way. As that zone did go all the way to the north, so there's Severny being that center. I thought the waters would be out of the circle by now, but I guess I dare not tell the zone or dictate to the zone what it should do.
You never know. Maybe sometimes we can use a little bit of that reverse psychology to get what we want. For now, virtual gaming might not be getting what they want because they thought that they were only dealing with CRYPTICS. However, you've got Arab Golden now rolling on in as well. As we said, a lot of focus on these compounds as they are the center currently of the zone, and everyone is looking for a piece of the pie as these phases will be moving on in. Titans still yet to get themselves into zone, will be one of the few later teams, as well as Wave, who are currently all the way by Mansion. So that is a very wide rotation they're going to be taking into this next phase.
Yeah, and that was something I was going to say about Wave Esports, that it's going to be down to how much research they've done. They know Titan Gaming is not that team that makes early rotations quickly into the circle. So that being said, they would have to wait for when they feel like Titan Gaming would have started their rotation before they start to commence their own rotation, so they do not get breach camped, you know, on their way into the circle. I'm not going to get that word right, and I don't know why. But anyway, they do go for a long rotation. In the meanwhile, we did lose Mo Esports out there, as the World of Battle will be spotting out the rest of the player, which is Skydo. Take him out. The entire South does look to be free, as many of the teams looking to send it into Severny. A couple of teams holding it up in the bunkers outside the shooting range. Looking forward to see how it's going to play out.
A very interesting few points of interest here. A few setting up. You can see still rotations to be made. Wave at least are a little bit closer than Mansion. They have slowly but surely made their approach on in. Just going to be worried about how they enter, as well as URUS coming through from the northern side. That zone's still going to be centering up now on towards shooting range, which makes it a very interesting idea here for those final few phases. Because if we end up in shooting range, I mean, comedies there. These jokes write themselves, right?
An eastern, sorry, make that a western shift on that zone. Not too hard, but it's going to cut out a bit of Severny, which means all the teams in the city may have to come out of the city. And the World of Battle, I would say they're in a nice spot to take out the players there from Severny. But with those players coming through from, with the angles that would come through from the shooting range, it's going to become a very tough task for the side of the World of Battle. I really want to see how they're going to play this one out.
Lag, obviously, right in the head sights here of Titans coming through from that high rise. A little bit of a peek into Severny. We see Arab Golden still holding on strong, making the rotation in now, potentially. As we just wait for the timing here. Vampires, in the meanwhile, they've made a great rotation to get themselves into shooting range, being one of the first teams to do so. But now, look at this. Again, just line of sight coming through from Titans because of that later rotation. They found themselves in the southern portion of the zone. They have the high rise. They have the angles into shooting range. They have some potential opportunities here. They just need to be careful that it doesn't get turned back on them.
Hopefully it doesn't bite them in the BUTT. URUS out there on the shorelines trying to drive as a two-man squad. But this is what I'm talking about. With the high ground advantage that can see the shorelines becomes trouble. This is that one shoreline that doesn't work for you. And the World of Battle looking to welcome them to their terrain. But URUS would be able to stick that rotation in. But the World of Battle have got sick angles. A very sick 2-2 splits coming in through. They're doing damage from behind. Shots will come through as Mohammed comes in for the push. Gets one player down, looking for the second. Drops down from the side. Would not be able to get the knock yet, and he has to get his HP back up. Smokes would be holding that for the side of URUS, as Ramsey really down to 1 HP.
Now this is a tough rotation here for URUS Esports. Not really seeing how they could get themselves out of this one. Makes sense. Good pincer coming through from the World of Battle to hold on to that coastal line. That 2-2 split really working in dividends for them, and they're going to be holding down that northern portion of the zone that much longer. We'll wait and see who else might be challenging them next. However, rotations. Now everyone at least finding themselves pretty much within the zone, locking it down. Wave, again, that late rotation. They found themselves in a bit of a split. Quality, though, here alone with the rest of Wave Esports, just getting some information, but the rest of the team not moving in to help out.
Such a nice position, though, being held by the side of the World of Battle. You know, 2 players on the shoreline, 2 players in the compounds. They've got cover. I feel like it's going to be a hell of trouble coming through from the side there of any team that has to leave Severny, because if they try to crash up onto Kron on that split, it will be easy for the side of the World of Battle has them to form up on the rest of their teammates on the outside of the fence. Wave Esports still out here in Severny trying to get the fights done. Bad news for the World of Battle. The northern side is completely out of the equation. Our golden quality, though, is either disconnected or it doesn't see them.
I thought this man was just becoming one with the wall. And like a next level, you know, camouflage. If you just stand still, they can't see you, right? And for a while, that was working out. Unfortunately, I think it might be a disconnect. I can't see why there wouldn't be any movement there. So that would make sense why Arab Golden were running a 2-1 split. Now, however, they're going to be relegated down to only 2 holding that compound. They have that information, of course, that Wave Esports have moved on further, trying to close the gap. Obviously, all of these teams, all of these 4 wonderful teams that have made such a hard rotation into Zverny, well, that is all for naught now, as the zone has shifted off into shooting range. So, rotations, again, similar to what we see with those city finishes when we have those rotations moving on off. Now, it's going to get awkward as we have to just move along, shoulder to shoulder.
Well, speaking of moving along, Blackjack Esports need to clear out the side of CRYPTICS before they move along into the circle. CRYPTICS holding this little compound, and we'll get to know who really plays this arena mode. Anyway, CRYPTICS do look to be taking some shots. Intro knock not quite found yet, but there it would come through. As El Chapo is the one to get the opening. Grenades on the side would take down El Chapo's HP, but Lazy Boy would also get down. As MG now looking to be the last one in this vicinity. Senke takes some shots down to a breeze of HP. MG is able to get one player down, and the rest of Blackjack Esports is shot Zeke looking to form up, but it's a little too late as he's now up in a 1v2 situation. Spots El Chapo up on the flank. As El Chapo does come through, the damage is done. Zeke cannot hold it up for any longer, and Blackjack Esports will get escorted back into the lobby.
Unfortunately, have to say goodbye to them for now, but we'll see. Wave Esports, they've meanwhile made that push on in, or at least attempted to. Unfortunately, being split apart now, running that opportunity. Arab Golden doing well. Isolated plays. Even Broly going to be running out of the open, trying to get that angle onto one knock, and it's not going to work out here, unfortunately, as they were sitting and waiting for that opportunity. And we know for Arab Golden, their numbers are dwindling. Their numbers are dwindling, not unfortunately to their fault quality with the disconnect, and now just trying to get a different angle, you do lose another player. But Eagle, we'll see what they'll be able to do to get them out of the situation.
I mean, Eagle was able to survive for the team in the Miramar game, so let's see if he's able to clutch up the second place finish for his team, although it doesn't quite look too possible. The side of the World of Battle have allowed Triple Esports find footing on that northern side. This is where it starts to become a little bit of a trouble for them. I thought the World of Battle would capitalize more up on that ridge line that they have, but unfortunately they were not quite able to do it because that ridge line is so strong, but for reasons personal to them, they're not there. And Triple Esports now looking to cause a lot of trouble out there on that northern side. The World of Battle need to be on all 4 foot in order to take this engagement.
It's going to be a tough one, knock. Actually exposing their position here just in front of the smokes, trying to find an angle onto CRYPTICS, but still, they need to be aware that Eagle is still on that building, holding that compound, that perfect line of sight right into this little shack. And the blue zone slowly but surely chunking away at the HP bars of both of these individuals. So time is of the essence. The World of Battle, they have been fighting back to back, and now they have to deal with not only CRYPTICS, but Triple Esports are rotating into this position as well.
But El Chapo's got a good angle. He's going to get a knock to it as a reward. As CRYPTICS now, they kind of understand what is going on here. Triple Esports comes in for the information as Icy would get that one run over. The World of Battle now in danger as Kron now has to stay in that vehicle, trying to hold on an angle, trying to be as stealthy as possible as things have just come crumbling for them. Triple Esports now up with 3. They did lose one early on as shots will be going in through the smoke. Kron would not quite fall yet. The Molotov would come through as they're looking for that vehicle explosion. But Kron is probably the luckiest man on earth because that vehicle is looking to be stronger than ever.
Somehow, some way, that vehicle is keeping them in. But oh, Icy with the perfect nade and immediately spots out Kron's positioning. Oh, the timing just couldn't be perfect. But now CRYPTICS up against Triple. They at least have one less team to worry about. But still, there's a lot more action just around the corner.
The amount of cover that the side of Vampires have in the center of the center of the zone is actually so nice. They're already sitting on 6 elims, and right now they're just waiting for that zone to continue to center up on their position. Greedy is still alive in this one, holding it up on that southeastern edge, putting in a couple of work onto the side of CRYPTICS as they've got eyes on the location. Still holding it up as well. A 3-man squad, I believe. Make that a 2-man squad. Still looking quite confident. Side of VISTA Gaming also forced to play this one passive. They've got 4 players still alive, holding it up close to the center, but towards that western edge as Virtual Gaming Squad spot the rotation coming through from Titans on the south.
Titans up with 6 eliminations, but down to only 3 players. Now that rotation into shooting range, they've got the ridges to work with, a few nades being sent on out, trying to find out and spot out Alpha Luigi so that they can have an easier entryway. We know that's not the only worry that they have here. Vampires, of course, just on the other side of shooting range, currently sending through a couple of shots. Back and forth here. And there's going to be a slow war of attrition between these two teams,
Oh.
trying not to make the mistake. But Savage reaches across, is going to be finding P6. Again, an opportunity should be there for them to get the res on back up, but then they know there is that extra layer of danger, and this approach for them is not going to be easy.
Not at all, especially given the fact that Virtual Gaming Squad are out there in the vicinity. Puncher not quite sleeping yet, 7 elims, and here's that Titan point. That is the point of the Titans. Let's see, are they going to prove my theory right once more? I tell you, if they prove it right this time, I'm sticking with it. It is a thing. Take it into the finals, you know it's a thing. But anyway, that's zone. Still looking nice. CRYPTICS very isolated up on the north. Vampires just watching all these rotations come through as Triple Esports have decided to allow CRYPTICS stay up on that northern side.
And CRYPTICS will not be allowing Wave Esports to continue their story over onto Erangel. Mazzaro now going to be caught out here by Old Boy as Triple Esports reach on into that center position, slowly but surely getting closer. But GREEDYFORKILLS, of course, also trying to enter into the east again. Zone shift is going to be the key here. As we know, everyone in a little bit of an awkward position now, trying to make this approach into shooting range because of the earlier setups from Vampires and, of course, Virtual Gaming. If that zone is going to be shifting to the outskirts, however, then we could be seeing a different storyline and a different winner-winner, chicken dinner winner. So let's wait in for that one. And, ooh, to the north.
I think CRYPTICS and Vampire pretty much have this in the bag. Titan, on the other hand, looking to push up onto the side there of Greedy. That excellent grenade coming in through. I tell you, once they hit 7, they're almost unstoppable. But the side there of Vampires looking to put a stop to that rotation as they're getting a couple of elims. 8 eliminations up onto the side there of Titans. And right now, it's just a matter of where do you want to rotate for. One way or the other, VISTA Gaming have one player who just got taken out. I do not know how that happened, but it happened.
For Titans right now, even if they have to crawl into this next zone, they're going to make it happen. I mean, the amount of times these players have been knocked and they just get right back up because they're in the perfect position to get those reses has been ridiculous in these last couple of minutes, and that it explains why they've picked up as many eliminations as they have. Now it's just going to be about the position into this next phase. Triple now closing on up, getting nice and close to Virtual Gaming, however, towards that southern portion. Again, in this valley is going to give them some of that cover to work with, but sound cues might be alerting Virtual Gaming that there are a few neighbors they need to deal with.
Virtual Gaming is still alive, but they've got, what, just 2 players left. Vampires, though, they've got so much cover to work with. But given the position that 2 of their players are holding on the outside of the fence, they might just be open to the CRYPTICS, who might just come in through, try to get a couple of third-party shots up onto their location. Vampires, though, I like the fact that they're not getting overzealous at the moment. They realize they've got a good spot, they've got cover, and they're just going to wait for all of these teams to try to get closer to them or start taking the fight so they can come in through for the third party.
Ooh, I do like this position from CRYPTICS, but now Titans are looking to take it away from them. The full send coming through with that 2-1 split. If they can get this could be their game.
Indeed, it could be. Axler does look to be the first man in line. Grenades being charged in and towards the position there of El Chapo. Would take a couple of HP down, but not quite hitting the mark as Marshall now instantly understands what is going on. But here comes Puncher, trying to see if he can come in through for this push, but it's a hard one. This reach line, it is so strong for the side of CRYPTICS. A grenade up the top would be to take down El Chapo's HP, but Triple Esports to get the knock as the push would come through. More grenades coming in. Senke has got an off angle, but the Titans looking so strong up on this 3-man push. They're trying to isolate Senke, and that is a good play. Smokes have been set in stone. Marshall does get spotted in the floor, and down he would go as Titans coming through for the cleanup. Senke now, they know he's in the smoke somewhere. They're pushing up onto his position, but Senke trying to be as careful as possible. Puncher comes through the smoke, does not quite spot the player. Senke will take some shots, but the Titans unstoppable at this point. 10 points to the name, and they're looking strong.
Clean execution there, and a great position that they're going to be rewarded for. We'll have to wait and see, though, if the zone is going to keep that package now just dropping here just ahead of Vampires, so they might have a little bit of an opportunity here. But if they want to go for that, they're going to have to expose themselves to Titans with their newly found location. Triple Esports now coming through from that western side. That would split until they really do. Virtual Gaming still towards the south, and Vampires actually going for the care package, or we're just being a little bit wild here.
Offensive smokes, though, they come into play so well. And that is what Titans were able to use against the side of CRYPTICS. You know, use their smokes against them. Also threw a couple of your own smokes. The instant they realized where Senke was, they threw a smoke to his position, blinded him out, and tried to isolate the rest of his teammates. And that was just beautiful play coming through from the Titans. Triple Esports, though, still holding up with 2 players up, Thor and Old Boy, holding very different angles. Might just be a pinch because they're pretty much counting as 2 solos at the time being. Vampires, though, continue to get that zone. They got a couple of teams just out there on the outskirts on the south. Wonder how long they can ward them off for.
Be an interesting set of occurrences that are going to happen here because of the rotations. You've got Vampires now slowly but surely being encircled here with all of the surrounding teams. Virtual Gaming behind them, got Triple just towards the northwestern side, and then of course Titans just on the opposite end holding strong. So Vampires, for the time being, they are keeping it quiet, hunkering down in the bunkers and looking for those opportunities to potentially get an isolation, get an individual out, and find an opportunity into the zone. P6 still sticking up here with that 2-1 split, keeping a keen eye on both Virtual Gaming and Vampires. So this is going to be massive information now for Titans to be able to gather. They know where the teams are going to be moving in. They're obviously taking shots against Triple Esports, so they've got every single team's position locked down.
If the Titans get the zone on that ridge line, it's pretty much game over for all of these teams because they have so much view, so much information onto whatever is going on in other parts of the circle, and every other team are pretty much going to fall to their mercy if the side there of Titan get that next zone. They do have P6, like you've said, gathering so much information, and that's what that player has been doing all day long. You know, whenever we see the players there from Titans holding a split, there's always P6 in that off angle, trying to gather as much information as possible, trying to lay a lot of support coming through from the team. And you cannot just, you know, count out the amount of work that player is able to do for the Titan gaming squad.
It's definitely going to be a close fought battle here, especially between Vampires and I would say Triple Esports. Virtual Gaming, I'm not yet convinced if they'll be able to survive this onslaught. As we can see, smoke's already being popped because they can't just keep snaking in the grasses. They're going to be isolating themselves. They're going to be exposing themselves to the likes of Vampires. So now all of their best battles and all of their best efforts now going to be placed to try and get themselves into the zone, but it might be all for naught. Story now down to only a slip of HP, and one shot could be sending Virtual Gaming back into the lobby.
Well, one shot is all that is needed for Ferrari to get taken back into the lobby as he continues to pre-fire into that window, looking for the knock, but once again, he would fall as Savage would find that knock. The side here of Vampires trying to put up some points up on board, but the Titans already drawing in closer as P6 now, looking to start to be that pinch, to be that discomfort onto the side there of Vampires. Triple Esports also still alive in this one. And right now, with that zone just centering up quite nicely, it's a 3-way battle and a battle of who can shoot the most coming through from the lobby.
It's going to be a very interesting one. We know Vampires, they've been trying to stay quiet, but now with P6 here, this opportunity that they have been picking up, getting so much information, position is locked down. In the meanwhile, Triple Esports, they've been keeping quiet. If they can just wait for Titans and Vampires to start kicking up some dust, to start really running with this engagement, then there's an opportunity for them to run in with the third party.
And I think for Triple Esports, all through this week, one thing they've been trying to get into play is their trigger discipline. You know, we don't really see them take some shots. They've been learning how to stay still. Jiggle coming through from Thor would not be enough to stop those shots coming through, as Old Boy now has to hold up in a 1v2 situation up against the duo of Puncher and Axer. Definitely not 2 players you want to go up against. Grenades coming through for Thor. He's not going to make that Old Boy would not stop on his push. As the side of Titans, they're not looking to give him so much attention.
I'm not looking to, but of course Titans, they know that there's an opportunity. Old Boy out in the open. That one nade is going to be sealing it. Now here it is the opportunity for Vampires and Titans, but of course Vampires out in the open. Titans have been holding so strong in this position. Savage now just nearly getting confirmed on out as the rest of Vampires need to make a play.
They really do need to make a play. The Titans trying to get the knock, trying to even the tides. Ninja is down. Yazan now, the last player left, is in the bunkers. He has to hold it up, but the Titans already up to 12 limbs. 13 if they get that third stop onto Opti. Make that 13. 14 if they get this third stop onto Ninja. And they're already pushing up close. They know where Yazan is, but Yazan does not have HP to speak about. The Molotov will come through to get the burn. Yazan now getting pushed by the play zone, and that's going to be a GG well played. When Titans get 7 elims, they are unstoppable.
We said it at the beginning of the match. I said it at the beginning of Miramar, even thinking it would happen then. But Titans have been cooking up a delicious meal that they've just shared now with the rest of the lobby. And you know what? They might even say that it's good enough for that winner-winner chicken dinner. So now, with that being the case, I think we are getting closer and closer to potentially saying that Titans have built up such a massive gap in this phase that they might be our back-to-back phase winners, which would be absolutely wild and the first for PMPL Africa. But speaking of that, of course, 14 eliminations with that winner-winner chicken dinner. It was a very close and contentious opportunity there for Triple Esports and Vampires. I think they might have even grabbed, I think, roughly about the same number of eliminations. We'll have to wait and see for the match rankings to see if I did my math right. I don't know if I did, so don't count me on that, please. But it was a good Erangel, man. Miramar, Erangel, they have not been sleeping on us.
Yeah, not at all. And I feel like Titans are just up onto something else. And the fact that they don't get to get that break. They only get their break at the final game, right? That's the 5th game, actually, not even the final game, which means Titan Gaming, this momentum, they're going to keep taking it into the rest of the games. And I just have to point out that hill that they were holding was so paramount to their win. There were 3 teams that could have held that position but did not see the importance of that position. But let's check a look at the highlights and you'd see what I'm talking about.
You saw just in the highlights there that that hilltop that was so paramount to Titans winning out in that engagement, winning out that winner-winner chicken dinner, they had to grab that from CRYPTICS. They had to fight for that opportunity to get that real estate. So it's fantastic to see Titans taking the advantage, taking the proactivity, and bringing in such a beautiful, beautiful finish. But let's take a look at the match rankings. As we said, I don't know how to do math, so we'll take a look and see how many eliminations were there. There it is, Titan Gaming reigning supreme with 24 points, but Vampires and Triple Esports twinning a little bit with their elimination counts.
9 points. Sorry, going through for both teams. That is nice to see. To see Vampires able to put up 9 points up on board, it is interesting. They're on the bottom of the table. To see that they can put up these good numbers just goes that Vampires are making a statement that we can actually thrive in this type of lobby. Triple Esports now starting. We did say we're seeing them waking up little by little, and now Triple Esports have woken up because right now 14 points up on board. That is going to push them further up on the leaderboards. CRYPTICS too putting points up on board, and man, to see Virtual Gaming Squad on this part of the leaderboard, I'm like, since where have you been?
Well, I mean, they picked up that winner-winner chicken dinner yesterday, and that's why they've managed to actually get themselves out of the 16 to the 15th placement, so they're no longer the gatekeepers of that finals position, which is good to see, right? Because that gives them that opportunity to even bolster their standings. Maybe they're getting ready for the finals, you never know. However, the World of Battle also making a consistent effort to be on the side of things, as well as VISTA Gaming, who we know has been in our top 3 placement as of the beginning of the day. Wave Esports, even though they had such a wild rotation all the way from military base, all the way to mansion, all the way into the zone at the last possible second, they still picked up a good amount of points. Let's take a look at the second page to see who joined us in the donut shop and who will unfortunately be really pressured into this next phase. What is happening? We've had such a good pattern with only 1 or 2 teams taking 0 points, but now today all bets are off.
I'm just going to say this. 2 teams that need the points the most happen to grab 0 eliminations and 0 points from the end of this game. Talk about MEA Esports and TIMEOUT. Looking forward to seeing TIMEOUT actually put up good games today, but unfortunately they were not quite able to. Blackjack Esports continue on that decline. And I feel like I'll be so, I don't know, surprised. Or maybe not even too surprised if I see Blackjack Esports not make it into Vikendi this week. Because this is the same trend we saw from Blackjack Esports closing up the week last week.
Also wait and see. We've already seen that, you know, we've changed up who were those top 12 as of the end of yesterday compared to the beginning of the day. There was already a shift and a change in the air potentially that brought in those different 12 teams. And I still think there is something to say for it might still happen now. The points were close enough that I think a few good games, potentially, if you're 13th, 14th to 15th, could mean you find yourself in that top 12 placement towards Vikendi. But it is a tough battle. We said the last day, the last week already is pressure enough. Now, placing all of your bets, trying to win everything out on the last day, it's only going to get tougher from this point onwards. But speaking of this point onwards, we are almost into our third map, our halfway point of the day. So with that being said, we're going to take a short break while we get ready for the next match.
نجمة جالكسي غادرة ومن التايتن وخيول كازاخية انقفت من هناك وهنا أسد ينقف. نعم سباسيال مزيان يا مارشال مزيان إلى هذا الزون يحاول أنه يدخل زون، لكن خلينا نركز هنا مع هذه الفايتات. بسيخ بإصابة ثانية
مؤذيتين بإصابات مؤذية في صفوف الشادوين المكشوف. يا الله
يغادر على يد الأيت يبدأه. لا 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 لا.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League for Africa Spring 2023. Last day today, and the more I say that, the more it feels like it's not real, and I'm in denial because I do not want to have to say goodbye to 4 teams at the end of the day. But again, this is why we are wearing black. It kind of makes sense because we're going to be sad at the end of the day. But hey, we've got these teams now stepping up. They are looking to get as many points as they possibly can to make sure that we're not as sad. But going to still be sad. We're going to be looking at this now, Crowns. Moving into our next matchup, we know that things are going to be heating up.
Yep. Things are going to be heating up because we're heading back into Miramar. That is going to be the Sandy Dunes, the hot map. We're going to be having the side there of GREEDYFORKILLS, the World of Battle, URUS, and Vampire sitting this one out as we get Black Hand, RUKH Esports, Smash Team, and the Mind Weapon back into action.
We know that none of this would also be possible without our fantastic sponsor, so massive shout outs as we move into Miramar to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PMPL. And they have just been here since day number 1, so please, go get yourself a Monster tomorrow, okay? Just gotta do it. Speaking about this Miramar match, speaking about the first Miramar match that we had of the day, we had that wild eastern zone. We had Impala once again being the focus line, and we at least moved in towards, a little bit of that middle terrain towards that eastern side. But then we go to Erangel, we get another zone. So is there a possibility? Is there gonna be a chance today that we get a normal zone?
No. I say no. I don't think it's possible. I feel like today is not the day, right? It's the final day. These teams are going to get drilled to the maximum. So all of these teams shouldn't be expecting that easy peasy lemon squeezy zone. I mean, I feel like at this point, easy peasy lemon squeezy zone for the teams would be that, weird zones. But yeah, maybe we might be seeing a repeat of what we got in Erangel. We hope so too.
Maybe a little bit of the northern action. If we're going to be going to the east, let's at least make it a northeastern zone, focusing on potentially maybe some Cruz del Fal, El Azahar. We haven't seen those places in quite a long time, so it would be nice to give them some love. But of course, that's going to be up to the zone gods, and we don't yet know who's hacked the zone gods and decided just to give these teams the toughest and challenging zones, but at least the flight path is covering a good portion of Miramar, so there should be a plenty good opportunity to get to their usual drop sites. It's just going to be about that rotation with the zone. Looking at this now, Titans in their usual drop sites, triple a little bit more south than what we would expect them to. I think they just are running for some vehicles, trying to get on the ground as soon as possible, not necessarily where they're going to end up. Ooh, there it is. Northeast we go.
Rah, a potential El Azahar finish if I'm deciding to go by straight up center of the circle. But yep, nothing that is surprising us again at this point, because we know when we see that playing path on one side, we expect that zone to be on the other. But that being said, all of these teams would not be having too much troubles, because I feel like this is pretty much a regular day in business for them on this map of Miramar. So yeah, they should be fine. Right out there in El Pozo, looking nice. La Cabrera being held by the side of Smash Team up towards that Crater Fields area. Water Treatment on the outskirts being held by the side of Black Hand. Virtual Gaming Squad chilling in San Martin with Mo Esports just outskirts of Power Grid holding their regular splits. Timeouts would be in Picado, and up to the south, we've got Blackjack Esports, Arb Golden, CRYPTICS, the side there of Titan and Triple Esports.
It's going to be a fun one now, but the teams now might have to just give up their usual drop sites, opt for a bit of a quicker rotation into the zone. A lot of spacing now that they need to cover, a lot of ground to cover, as they're going to be heading up into the northeastern portion. For some of the teams who do generally find themselves towards this eastern side or towards the northern side, even better, they'll be right at home if they can make that rotation happen. We already see the Mind Weapon moving on in potentially to Al Azahar, might be one of the first teams to do so, depending on if they can get there quick enough. But of course, VISTA already moving in. Timeout, as we can see, making an approach as well, just to the side, off to the side of Graveyard, potentially holding on to the southern portion of that zone. For Triple Esports, Impala is still technically within the zone. They will still be able to hold on to their usual drop sites, at least for the beginning phase, but I would imagine they want a more central location.
Yeah, the side of the Mind Weapon normally would see them land at El Azahar, so they will be happy about this one that they've got coming through from the circle right now. But anyway, more rotations will be coming in through early on, and that's something I really want to see. Many of these teams do not like to go for the early rotations, but given the way the zone has centered up now, it forces this team to start their rotations out here on Miramar early. And Titan, every single time we look at their statistics on Miramar, it just seems to continue to increase. Last time it was 8.75. Now it is 8.86 elims average on this map.
It's wild. it's ridiculous that we're starting to see these trends build for Titans. We started to see them getting themselves into the top 2 placements, even though they weren't the winner chicken dinners. They go over to the next map, bam, pick up the chicken dinner with about a 14 elimination lead. over on top of the already 8 that they received in the previous Miramar. So now the question just goes, you know, will they continue that momentum? As you said, they only get a break at the end of the day. So I would imagine they, if they had the choice, of course, they would be picking up as many points as they possibly can, really solidifying that third phase win, and that will be the back-to-back win for them as well. So that kind of momentum into the finals with the bonus points, 1 point away from the maximum bonus points, is just everything setting Titans up for success.
And I was taking a quick peek at those overall rankings showing on the top of the screen, and wow, Triple Esports, one way or the other, have found themselves in 2nd position overall. But Titans, though, setting over a 50-point gap between themselves and 2nd place. That just goes to show you that they are running away with it. We pointed that out starting off today, and they're looking to continue doing that going into the rest of the games.
And of course, then we have to still think about the general ranking, right? I mean, on the general ranking, they haven't been in danger for weeks. For weeks on end, no one has been even close to trying and closing out the gap between themselves and the Titans. So I wouldn't be surprised if today they are just going to be bringing everything into this match. They're just going to be capitalizing and maybe having a little bit of fun, as it is the last day. And they, you know, they need to shake off some of all of this stress.
Interesting to see Blackjack. I hope they're just searching for a vehicle and not just making their entry into Los Leones, because that would be so much time wasted already trying to get into Los Leones for the side there of Blackjack Esports. We already pointed out that this is a game where you need to get your rotation started as quickly as possible. So going into this, starting this rotation this late, that is painful. I hope it plays out well for Blackjack.
On the bright side, Los Leones is not too far away from that entry point into the zone, but we know that they are not the only team in this Los Leones section. I mean, we already see off in the distance CRYPTICS taking the rotation, Wave, and of course Arab Golden. They've already been here, as they always are. So not sure, maybe Blackjack looted up in a different area. Again, the whole strategy of boots on the ground as soon as possible. But we'll wait and see. It might work out, it might not. It's going to be up to them at the end of the day. Triple Esports still just south of Impala. They're over towards Puerto Pareso, currently getting themselves looted up. They could move into that northern position. Still got a few more teams trying to make their approach. I mean, the whole of Los Leones is just clustered right now with players left, right, and center.
Yeah, we do know they're keen to share in most of the time. They do have that little peace treaty going on out there in Los Leones, so I wouldn't be too surprised, or I wouldn't be expecting to see them actually going for an engagement on this one. But that being said, Triple Esports finding their way into the circle, nothing too surprising. Same thing can be said about CRYPTICS. This time they do look to be more condensed than we would normally see them. But Wave Esports looking to take a couple of shots towards their direction. We'll be drawing their attention. CRYPTICS, they're one of those teams that can afford to take those early engagements. They don't really have too much to lose, as they're sitting quite comfortable. Same thing can be said about Wave Esports. Matter of fact, both teams are actually, you know, close to each other where we look at like the overall rankings.
It's very interesting in terms of just how close it has been for CRYPTICS. I mean, we know they just managed to get themselves into the top 12 placements at the end of yesterday. Already today, they started to climb those rankings, and they're currently about in 8th. So we'll have to wait and see. Maybe they make it even further up. And if that is the case, I don't know how anyone will deny them that Vikendi opportunity.
Yeah, that Vikendi opportunity seems to be where everyone's mind is at the moment. You know, we've always been calling out what we feel that that point mark, the cutoff point would be for, you know, making it into that Vikendi game. But right now, we called it at 90 on week 1. But going into week 3 right now, your 90 points, you're not even safe, because 90 exactly is what Raad are sitting down on, and it's going to be troublesome. If they're not racking up points up on board, they most likely wouldn't be able to maintain this top 12 position that they have.
Ooh, what a northern shift just to add right on top of all
Damn.
the pressure of today. I mean, okay, the zone guards are out for
RUKH
blood,
Esports.
and they are out for a little bit of these team bloods, but we'll have to take a look at that rotation. Yes, RUKH Esports, fantastic position. We know first Miramar of the day, they were the ones to take the win, so looking to potentially double down on that action, but they're right alongside Smash, and of course Lag going to be joining them as well.
I feel like RUKH Esports have paid the Miramar gods of the zone, because what is this? This is this is just too good to be true for the side of RUKH Esports. I almost want to call RUKH Esports to win the game right now, but as we know, It's PUBG Mobile. Surprises could come here, left, right, and center. But like I said, RUKH Esports, they've played only one game so far, and that one game they won it with a couple of eliminations to go alongside. Now going into their second game of the day, and now they're getting heavily zone blessed right now. I don't know, man. RUKH Esports, who did you pay? You've got to give us the contact.
That's gonna, yeah, no, look, that might be the reason we've had such crazy zones. Although I don't think they would have paid anyone for the last couple of zones we've had this week. I don't think anyone wants any of that wild action, but we'll wait and see. Maybe this is exactly what Ra'ad, or what RUKH Esports specifically need to bring in that win. As I was talking about Ra'ad, they have moved in towards that northern portion, just behind Lag. It's got a few more teams now moving on in towards both the west and the south is where the action is unfolding. You see Blackjack Esports, as they were making that later rotation, they're actually going to be picking up an elimination for their troubles.
No, that works. Same thing I'm saying about CRYPTICS. They do have a couple of players outside the zone. Virtual Gaming Squad though, looking to put a pin into the work, put a spanner into the work of the side of RUKH Esports as they get one knock, but RUKH Esports quick to get that return up onto Alphalucci in the Golden Mirado. Eugene's going to try to push up, loses a lot of HP, but Pusher is going to be there to reciprocate as Virtual Gaming Squad now not quite looking so confident. They need to go grab one revive up as Pusher will continue to send shots towards one shot. This is a battle. Whoever wins this fight definitely gets themselves so much space to work with.
I don't think I've ever seen this many teams in Cruz del Sol in my life before, but this is just exactly what we have to deal with as the teams are centering up into this zone and now holding and fighting for this opportunity. It is Virtual Gaming and RUKH Esports. We know Virtual Gaming, they've been on a little bit of a rise in the last couple of days. They've had to bring in that energy and get a few more points so that they can secure themselves a much safer approach into the finals. But now RUKH, of course, they don't want to have it stop here. They want to make sure they're not only going to Vikendi, but they're also getting as many bonus points as they can.
And RUKH Esports already sitting on 5th place on the overall ranking for this phase. Does go to show a lot and show you how much they've stood up going into this week. RUKH has got a very good position on the top of the roof, but it does look like the church would be where the action is about to go down. One shot is still down as the rest of RUKH Esports start to push into this compound. We know RUKH Esports from phase 1. The one thing they love to do is breach into compounds, and that is what they're already looking to do, and they do it so well. Eugene, though, is down on the meanwhile, but that's not going to stop the push coming through from the rest of RUKH Esports as the defensive smokes coming through from Virtual Gaming Squad will be buying themselves a little bit of time. More Esports somewhere in the background as Pusher is able to find that little pixel out of place to get yet another knock onto the side of Virtual Gaming Squad. Revive's not quite coming through as the Molotovs comes through. The spread is not quite there. A grenade goes out. It's almost a self-nade as Sarawi is able to capitalize on that mistake coming through from the side of RUKH Esports. But with more Esports in the background, things are not any easier. Shotgun in the hand. One more player goes down for the side of Virtual Gaming Squad. Alphalucci left as the last player left to hold down the fort. And RUKH Esports secured themselves that heavily northern space that we were talking about.
I mean, Pusher just keeping to their namesake, being that entry point there in for RUKH Esports, at least finding the damage and securing those knocks, at least for the rest of the team, is going to be a fantastic start for RUKH Esports to hold on into this next phase. We've still got 15 teams left, as Virtual Gaming was only but the first team to join us in the lobby with a donut. So we'll have to wait and see who else will be potentially doing the same. Wave now coming through from that southern portion, and this is going to be right up alongside Blackjack Esports, of course, because they both take that Los Leones drop site. Now, of course, one of the other teams that joined them in Los Leones, at least for a brief moment in time, it was CRYPTICS, now relegated down to 3 members, going up against the 3 here of Triple.
Yeah, CRYPTICS just losing their scout on rotation out there. But now they do look to be facing the side of Triple Esports. Chemo does look to be taking a lot of shots as the burn comes through from Marshall. Kimo will be the first man to get knocked for the side there of Triple Esports. And right now, Triple Esports holding a little bit of a split. It's almost hard for them to take this fight as a squad. I see off in the background. Thor now getting isolated by El Chapo and Senke. Senke very low on HP, but will still continue on the push. Same thing can be said about El Chapo, but Thor does not quite realize how much advantage he has in terms of HP onto that fight. As the third party even comes through, Himo would get that knock up onto El Chapo, but the revives would be able to come through just safely.
It's going to be a fun one now. Triple Esports, of course, with CRYPTICS in the mix. It's a fight that we've wanted to see for a while, but it won't be an isolated one. Wave, slowly but surely, they are getting closer. They're hearing all this action running down Thor already trying to encircle, trying to isolate those members here from CRYPTICS, as Senke is holding the position. Would love to have an opportunity to get a res popped off, but Thor, with all the noise they are making, they are not giving them that opportunity.
Yeah, that's not what they're looking for right now. CRYPTICS, though, still holding a little bit of a split, holding up as a 3-man squad, but this revive has to come through, this wipe has to come through, as that zone now centers up on no man's land. Interesting to see. Mo Esports do have a very nice position in that circle, but we do know RUKH Esports like it to play from that north. They're pretty much in their home turf. Same thing can be said about Black Hand, because Black Hand is holding it up on that northwestern edge where we would normally see them, but Triple Esports going through a world of hurt. They are pinched in between two teams, and both teams are actually fighting for the knock and the thirst.
Ooh, it's going to be a tough one. RUKH Esports finding RUKH, potentially Titans finding Black Hand. So there are a few isolated battles happening all around the zone before the teams even get an opportunity to try and find a spacing within the zone. It is going to be a tough fought battle. We'll keep an eye out on Black Hand and Titans, as Black Hand have already dropped one member. We'll wait and see if there's any more that come to fruition. But here it is. Hey, we don't even have to keep an eye on the elimination feed. We get to watch it ourselves. Titans currently encircling. This 2-1-1 split from Black Hand needs to work out for them if they want to try and put a stop to the momentum from Titans.
And this is just a situation of flanker flanking the flanked. You know, the flanker flanking the flanky becoming the flanker, that type of thing. Play around with the words as much as you like. Because both teams are such strong teams, they understand the advantages of having angles. Normally, Titans would see them when they get these angles. We've seen them do this in the last 2 games. They will get those knocks up onto the teams they're going up against. But with Black Hand also countering this with their own off angles, it makes things a little bit harder for the side there of Titans. With Black Hand who want to make it into the compound, Koa is going to go down as the first casualty from the side of Titans, and that being a compound, we do know the Titans would want to full send it.
Black Hand really just trying to keep their numbers up, and I like what I'm seeing because we do want to see a little bit of that success coming through from the Black Hand camp. They have had some good games, but they need to close out on that overall gap. And yeah, we will be saying goodbye not only to Timeout, but of course Lag Esports as well. At least they do manage not to pick up a donut. You know, they picked up a point or two. It's not too bad overall, but Titans now, as if they don't have enough to deal with, Smash Esports move on in.
Smash team have been playing weird in this game, not quite playing together, but right now Ban does look to be looking for that knock onto the side of Titans, as Titans did not decide to send it onto the side of Black Hand there. They did let that revive do come through. P6 gonna go down to the shots coming through from Smash team, and I do not know what Smash team wants to do with this. The terrain is not the best, and pushing up onto that fight is not going to be the easiest, but they did lose 2. But on the meanwhile, up on the north, we've got RUKH Esports going against the side of RUKH. 1 player down for both sides as the push is going to come through. RUKH not going to be slowing that one. He does see that feat, but is he going to be able to get the knock? He doesn't want to go for that one. Nate to the face for Pusher, but will not take him quite down yet. Jump shot with the DBS to get a couple of HP down will not happen yet, as RUKH Esports now looking to hold on to this one again. Behind the fence, getting pushed by Pusher. The DBS in the hand, puts it in the work, as again now trying to play it as carefully as possible. The cover fire coming through from RUKH is absolutely wonderful, but the mind weapon, they're hearing this one. They might come through for the third party. More jump shots still coming through as this battle behind the fence between Pusher and, again, doesn't look to stop yet.
But at least there's an opening here from Eugene, finding the one. Now the rest of the team, they move on in to back up their teammates again in a spot of trouble here, as the rest of RUKH Esports are moving on in for the finish, jumping across the fence, and they will do so. They have the timing to get those reses up. They have the spacing to work with as well, as the Mind Weapon and Mo Esports will not yet be moving on into that northern position. Why would they? They'd have to double back out of the zone. So it's Mo now holding an opportunity here to gatekeep. Can they take out the Mind Weapon?
Just got to admire the defense coming through from RUKH Esports. This is the RUKH Esports of Phase 1. This is the RUKH Esports we've been begging for. The Mind Weapon and Mo Esports up there, somewhere on that northeastern side, also have to take a fight against themselves. Mo Esports do happen to find himself in a third-party situation, but also in a gatekeep situation. But this is what we say. When you don't third-party a fight, you become the one in danger, because the Mind Weapon not third party in that fight up onto RUKH Esports have made them now the casualty, because now they've lost one player. RUKH Esports are down for it. They want the whole fight. Wipe able to get one more player down, but will not stop the side there of RUKH Esports on the push. Mo Esports also realize what is going on, but Pusher finds the angle, gets yet another player down for the Mind Weapon, as now they're down to just one in max. Mo Esports are aware that this is what is going on just right there to their north. They're not coming in for the third party. Might not play out well for them. Max out here in a 1v2 does go for the shots, but will not find it up onto Rami, as Eugene now the only player knocked for the side there of RUKH Esports, and RUKH Esports up to 11 elims. What is this, Miramar RUKH Esports?
Oh, we love to see it. Blackjack now trying to take a page out of their playbook as they've moved on into Arab Golden. A little bit of payback for taking some of that Los Leones treaty and putting it on its head. Now Eagle IQ trying to rotate out. Unfortunately, Bullet's going to be running out, but the rest of Blackjack Esports will be there to close this one and secure themselves the southern portion of the zone. Now for the rest of the teams, we've got Black Hand and Titans still going up head to head. But Black Hand, they have turned this one around. They have shut down the Titans, as they might even do so, grabbing P6 and completely sending them back into the lobby.
And you know our theory, if you're able to take out the Titans, you might just secure yourself a winner chicken dinner or a good game. RUKH Esports though do send it up onto the side of Mo Esports, and Mo Esports now suffering the brunt of it. And I just like what I'm seeing from RUKH Esports, because for every team that does not push up onto the side of RUKH Esports, for every team that does not go for a third party up onto RUKH Esports when they're fighting, they always get to suffer for it. And now Mo Esports not going for that third party, now are suffering for it as Hates down to just 1 HP, literally a slither of HP, and Pusher now has that idea, goes for the push, gets the knock, and the instant wipe to follow along. 13 elims up onto RUKH Esports. Vista Gaming, you did not third party this fight. Are you going to be next in line?
CRYPTICS also now having to hide out. At least they've got Senke to play the hide and seek game, who has been one of the best hiders and seekers that we've seen before. In a 1v2 situation, we've also got the likes of Mazzaro reaching on in from the other side. So Senke, I think their time is numbered. They're going to be finding one knock, but again, as soon as they step out, as soon as they expose themselves, just one step extra, it could be end for Senke.
Well, the money does come through. Make that the grenade to come through, and the nade would send down Senke. Gets his HP very low, as PSK would inevitably go down for the side of Vista Gaming. That was quite unfortunate. I feel like a Molotov would have solved all the problems of this team. But anyway, Titans still loading up with one player out there on the northwest, with Black Hand still available as a full squad. Same thing can be said about Blackjack Esports, who have got 5 eliminations up on their name, but RUKH Esports right now with 3, looking so strong. Vista Gaming also on that east, having a lot of space, but with only 3 players, I'm a little bit skeptical.
Black Hand, though, they have just been rising to the top. I mean, they just got off of the back of a fantastic engagement against Titans. They picked up those 4 eliminations. Moving on in from that western side, it's going to be about positioning for them. They need a better foothold into this next zone, and they need a lot more information to deal with. Right now, they have nothing to work with because they were so stuck with the engagement of Titans. Got RUKH Esports moving in from that northern side, of course. They have just been rolling through eliminations, rolling through team by team by team. Vista towards the east, and Lonely Marshall from CRYPTICS, only member in the center, and they're alone.
Wonder how many placement points he'd be able to get for his team just from that position that he holds. Titan, like I said, they still have that one solo, and having solos from CRYPTICS and Titan is very scary. All the teams that are available right now, except for Blackjack, are all top contenders on the top of the leaderboard. So whoever wins this game gets to climb on top of another person who does not get to win this game. But anyway, RUKH Esports receiving visitors up on the north. They've spotted some of the players there from Black Hand on that west, but Vista Gaming are the immediate visitors who are pushing up closely to their position. Nagato going to be the first in line, looking to get closer. Brunsberg, he's head those vehicles, is anticipating the push, as it's Abud will get the first knock up onto the players there from RUKH Esports. This might just be them crumbling, as Vista Gaming, they've got 3 elims. We know how well they work on momentum, but the third party coming through from the side of Blackjack Esports, not making things any easy for Vista Gaming.
It's going to be a tough one. The initial nade going to be sent on out, trying to get that connection on towards Pusher, but there is no work. RUKH Esports now, they have been reduced down to 2. That's a good opener once again by Pusher, who just seems to be sticking to the namesake. We've got Zeke now reaching in from Blackjack Esports. This might be it for Vista Gaming. They've got only Mazzaro up and Adam, but we know if there's anyone you want up, it is Mazzaro.
Yeah, but not when Blackjack Esports is third party. Not when you have pusher looking towards your location. Titan do go out in the meanwhile, and Blackhand did get that elim, so we're going to be keeping an eye out on Blackout to see if they would have a relatively good game. I mean, there isn't too many people left to eliminate, but still, we'll see how well they're going to hold it up. 5 teams left in this one, with 2 solos being part of the 5.
Push it. Once again, doing the same thing, trying to find that opening towards Black Hand this time, but it's going to be RUKH who sends in the better nade, and now a few more to be able to cook on out. We can see another one sent through. Thankfully, it does not tag down Pusher, so he has that opportunity to get the meds up. But Black Hand, I mean, they have looked so ferocious. They've got such a good position in that zone, already secured the compounds within the center. RUKH is alone here, picking this fight, I might add. It's a 1v2 potentially if RUKH can just peek together and work off each other.
I would assume he's trying to get scouting information rather than take that fight, because you do not want to go against this rookie sports. Not like this, not as a solo. These guys are onto something. But anyway, Black Hand holding the very long split, and I don't know, man, I don't think they're aware as to the amount of solos that are left in this game. If not, they wouldn't be holding this long split up on that western side. A 3-1 split looking so. Same thing can be said about Blackjack Esports up on the south, as they're looking so strong, Blackjack.
They've definitely made an approach, and they've tried to get themselves as many points as they possibly can, but it's only an uphill battle from this point onwards. I mean, the work that they have to do to get themselves into a better position, they have to take on the likes of Black Hand, who's holding in, and really showcasing a lot of aggressive potential. And of course, we know Marshall still holding into that center compound, so if anyone does dare enter, they will be getting a bit of a surprise.
The side there of Black Hand kind of spots in the players there from RUKH Esports as VISTA looking for a way into that circle, but they have to go into that push. It's Mozaro, the last person up, as Phoenix now might just figure out that Marshall is here in a very bad way. He's pushing up, not quite aware of what is going on here, trying to get looted up as Marshall's just waiting by the stairs, being as careful as possible. The trigger discipline coming through from this man. He knows it's just one player, and Phoenix now very, very clueless. Trying to go up the stairs, but the trigger discipline is lost now. Marshall exposes his position, knows he has to continue up on the prowess, catches the grenade in hand of Phoenix, and would be able to get that knock. The instant flush to come through. Things might just come crumbling for the side of Blackjack, but in the meanwhile, we have RUKH Esports looking for a way into that circle. And Blackjack now realizing there is one player in that shack, or in this little building. I'm pretty sure Black Hand heard the shots.
And this is the unfortunate thing, right? This is now where it starts to become questionable for Blackjack Esports. They are still going to be moving on in from the south. They have some good numbers to work with, the second highest team in terms of players, but it is still Black Hand that is going to be the question mark for everyone in this team. Now securing themselves the central position, finding that extra elimination on towards CRYPTICS. Now this is where they can start working, but oh, the reach from Zeke.
That man is not just so good in the close range encounter. When he gets that long range weapon in hand, that dude is able to put up so much damage. But speaking of so much damage and so much work, 16 elims for RUKH Esports. This is absolute monstrosity coming through from them in this map of Miramar. They're down to a 2-man squad, and if they wait it out, if they wait for Black Hand and Blackjack Esports to get that fight started, RUKH Esports might just be able to sweep away that chicken dinner.
Definitely an opportunity to make this happen, but it is going to come down to the zone shift once again. Black Hand holding such a good opportunity here, good compounds, good cover that they have, and a good line of sight and information on towards RUKH and Blackjack Esports. This is what they were missing after that fight with Titans. Now that they've managed to get that, how are they going to utilize it? How are they going to capitalize off of this next phase shift? We've got our top 3 teams. Everyone's so hesitant to jump in. They know Black Hand holding those compounds is going to be a bit of a problem. We can see Blackjack Esports now sending it a little bit risky, but at least they do get closer. However, I don't know if they're going to get the res.
Well, RUKH Esports, though, looking to capitalize on the shots that they've heard as they make it into the circle. Pusher in the burning monster truck would lose a lot of HP as MG would find that knock up onto his side. Koa taking out the rest of RUKH Esports, and down they would go as it is now a 4v2 coming through from the side of Black Hand. 7 eliminations already up. They have quite an idea of where some of the players there from Blackjack Esports are, but Zeke's position in the zone is going to be playing so much of an importance for Blackjack Esports.
Absolutely, and again, they need to get these hits. I mean, one opportunity, one player that manages just to scrape on by, just to get into that close range engagement here with Blackjack Esports could be sending it all for naught, because then Zeke is cut off. Zeke doesn't have an opportunity to help out. And here it is, the send comes through.
The full send from Black Hand to look for Hamodi, but Hamodi is able to get one player to get the trade. Grenades up to the back of the fence would be causing a lot of trouble, but the off angle from RUKH would take MG down. As one player will be left for the side of Blackjack, it is Zik up the top of the hill, picks up a little too much, and Black Hand get themselves a winner chicken dinner.
That's exactly what I was talking about. As soon as one player manages to cross that line and get themselves into the building, then all of a sudden Zeke's position is cut off and there are no opportunity to help out the rest of their team. So unfortunate day for Blackjack Esports, but good work to get themselves into the top 2, and even better work coming through from Black Hand to secure themselves a winner chicken dinner. It's been quiet in the Black Hand camp, so it's good to see them bringing in some action.
The Titan theory is correct. Take out the Titans, win a game. That is it. I've validated it now, and it is down. If you find a way to take out Titan Gaming before they get 7 eliminations, you should have a good game or win that game, and that is what has just happened here. Black Hand were able to take out the side of Titan early on in the game, and then they go on to win the winner chicken dinner. I love to see that one. I feel so bad for RUKH Esports because they did so much work, but unfortunately not quite having that numbers advantage to hold up at the end of the day.
And we know losing a player in any sort of form or situation is always going to hit that much harder, especially in these later zones with the way that these teams have been carrying themselves and bringing in those final few moments of engagements. They have been locking it down and they have been so clean and clinical. Blackjack Esports, I mean, in those final moments, they had the right idea, get as many angles as you possibly can, but unfortunately just the way in which those compounds are situated, if there was one player or even 2 players in the case of Black Hand managing to get that initial engagement, getting themselves into that compound, then it was pretty much all for naught. Then it just came down to those 1v1s, and Black Hand did so well to close that one out. But that Miramar, it was just too spicy, right? We can't just leave it like that. So let's go take a look at the highlights. Fantastic closure there from Black Hands. Actually pick up that winner chicken. It's a good start, but of course we know it was not the only good start that we saw. RUKH Esports so close and contentious with those eliminations. Blackjack Esports getting themselves to the top 2 placement. It's good to see a little bit of energy from them as well, Crown. So let's go take a look at the match rankings to see where everyone ended up.
Yeah, and it's very nice to see Blackjack Esports. I would say they were on a decline, and it's nice to see them finally put up points up on board in order to boost themselves up. RUKH Esports able to get 21 points, even despite finishing in 3rd place, getting themselves the most points in lobby. Black Hand with the chicken dinner only able to secure 21 points behind. I think this is the closest we've seen 1st and 2nd place in the matches coming through for this phase. But anyway, Blackjack Esports in 3rd with 12 points, and CRYPTICS now putting points up on board up to 9th. And even despite Titans going out early, they still find themselves in 6th position with 4 points being put up on board.
I mean, there is something to say for the fact that, you know, CRYPTICS has been slowly but surely picking up points in the last couple of matches. It hasn't been as explosive a number as the double 20 that we have on the top of these standings, but it's definitely been some sort of consistent energy showcasing. That makes sense why they've moved off from that 12th position up to even maybe 8, even further up. But let's take a look at that second page. Because we had a double 20 on this side, I can't expect that this side is looking too great. So there's at least only 2 people joining, or 2 teams rather, joining us in the donut shop. The rest have started to pick up some of that consistency, and this is the nicest this board has ever looked. I mean, 222, 111, 00. It's so clean. It's so orderly.
I know, right? It's not something we get to see too often. And all of them on this part got their 2 points coming through from eliminations. In fact, all the points that they had up on board did come through from elimination. While I'm not encouraging it, I'm just saying it's a good thing to see.
I mean, it is the meta, it is the new strategy these teams have to employ. So if they get more aggressive, if they get themselves those eliminations, that's just all more the work for them that they hopefully will be getting themselves into the finals. Miramar, done and dusted. We are officially at our halfway marker. We have 2 more guaranteed matches for these groups, and then, of course, that extra bonus of Vikendi, but that's only for the top 12. Let's see who that's going to be being after a quick short break.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League for Africa Spring 2023. So far, my goodness, Miramar zones are just at a whole different level. I mean, you really just can't compare them to the rest of these maps. They have been on something else. But let me tell you, Erangel has no comparison as well. We have seen some really tough water zones, a lot of contention for these teams to try and get themselves a good standing. And it's just been wild, wild energy all around Crowns.
Yep, and we're about to get into a little bit of greenery, but while we talk about greenery, let's talk about Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here in the PUBG Mobile Pro League. And that being said, we're about to head into Sanhok. Is it Sanhok? Yes, it is
Yes.
Sanhok. Oh, I cannot wait, because yesterday we closed things up in Sanhok. We saw how well these teams were able to play, and now we're about to head into yet another Sanhok game, and I really want to see what these teams have got in store for us. We will not be seeing the teams there from Group B, and who will those teams be as?
You know, we have to unfortunately say that our Golden, TIMEOUT, Triple Esports, and Blackjack Esports, they don't get an opportunity to try and get some Sanhok Rumble in the jungle action. And what I like to say, what is my favorite sentence of the day, is that this is going to be the last day where we only have one Sanhok. Come the finals, we get at least 2. So I am very excited for that.
Very, very excited to see that one. 3 games done and dusted, heading into Sanhok, which means after Sanhok, there's still Erangel and there's still that beautiful map of Vikendi. So it means the battle for the top 12 is really still on, and all of these teams will definitely still be fighting to show us exactly what they can bring through, how they can make it into that top 12 position on the leaderboard. But as we say goodbye to the Group B teams, we're getting Group C teams coming back into the lobby, and we're talking about Greedy4Kills, the World of Battle, URUS Esports, and Vampires. I mean, even before I say it's Edge, I think you pretty much know who I'm going for, given this is game 4 of the day.
You know, we gotta give a little bit of love to Greedy4Kills. We know that they just had that little break. They just had that opportunity to refresh their minds and to hopefully get them set up. I think that's it. Especially for this week, they get that little break. That's where they're getting their monster, and that's when they're bringing in that energy. It has to make sense, right? But what is going to be so good to see is how these teams are going to be performing on Sanhok. We know it's kind of like a little run test for Vikendi at the end of the day, because it's another 4x4 map that these teams get to work with. So they're really going to have to deal with that CQB and showcase why they are going to be the champions of Vikendi later in the day. Moving into this one, however, Crowns, I really don't like to say this. I really don't want to be that person to say this. But we know we are getting closer and closer to the end of the final day of the phases. So in terms of our bottom 4, trying to break it into the top 16, I mean, they honestly just need to have the craziest games of their lives.
I feel like from here on out, there's only 2 games left. If we're excluding this game, so for teams that are not even in the top 12, and I'm even talking about MEA Esports because they've been removed from that top 12 position, but they're still close. But I feel like bottom teams that were in that bottom 4 of the general rankings, you know, I did say they can decide to do and undo today. So going into this game, they can decide to hot drop in boot camp, because, and that's it. I told you we're gonna get it. We're seeing MEA Esports out there in boot camp, and then RUKH just on the outskirts. I knew it was gonna happen. That randomness is one thing we want to see going into today's games.
We've seen double hot drops in bootcamp before and Camp Bravo, but this time our focus is all the way towards bootcamp. Maybe a little bit later on we'll take a look at ruins if the World of Battle continue this craziness, but it is more on bootcamp. My goodness, this is going to be a fun one, especially with that zone as well added on top of it. Both Esports and RUKH, they've got an extra little bit of time to work with. Virtual Gaming and Smash, no surprise, cooking things up here on Paradise.
And this is something that we've seen many times. Normally, we would see Smash Team on the outskirts looking for that that third party. Okay, actually, it's the mind weapon we see on the outskirts. But anyway, it's not a hot drop that we're surprised to see right now. Smash Team do lose 1. In the meanwhile, Virtual Gaming Squads are the one that are behind them. And while I want to say Virtual Gaming Squad, go all out onto them. You know, you really don't have anything to lose. They low-key have something to lose. But given the type of games that Timeout has had today, I feel like Virtual Gaming Squad can be a little bit more confident as to, you know, their positioning on that overall rankings.
I would say for Smash Team, they're really not in a position to get themselves into the top 12 for this week, just based on their current standings. They're all the way in 19th with 42 points, and Virtual Gaming up in 15th with 76. They are pretty close to trying to break that 95-point marker, but it will have to start here. If they can take out Smash, maybe even turn their head around towards the Mind Weapon, really capitalizing on those eliminations, there might be a story there yet.
It will be really mind-blowing if 100 points happens to be the cutoff for top 12. You know, because right now all of these teams are already what, 99, 95, 92. You know, even to MEA Esports at 13th, 91. There's lag with 81. It's doable. A very good game from any one of these guys, because this is game 4. There's still one more game, which means that cutoff mark could actually, you know, increase further. So that being said, this is not a time to play, you know?
Nah, not at all. This is going to be a very tough battle here for the teams now to bring in those points. Virtual Gaming, they can get themselves closer, but it has to happen here. And now, I mean, as they take a look at it, as we take a look at the points, for them to not bring in that action, I don't know. We'll see. Smash has already been litigated down to only 2 members holding the line here. A little bit of rotation has to happen as well, as we do see Virtual Gaming maybe trying to isolate the players, or rather just giving the spacing needed. We know Sanhok can be a little wild, a little crazy at the end of the day. So if they can just try and isolate and try and run with these eliminations and engagements as safely as they possibly can, there might still be something to say for their later game. But about Esports, still in bootcamp. RUKH backed off completely.
Meaning to say a little bit of an intentional play coming through from Titan. They have 3 players out there in ruins, and the last player is just on the outskirts of Black Hand. This might be something we may see. Maybe trying to be a spanner in the works for them, as the mind weapon now coming through for the side of Virtual Gaming Squad. By the foot, he would get him, and that is one shot going back into the lobby. Max with the grenade to put the cherry on top, as Virtual Gaming Squad now have Hulk on the top of the hill, trying to hold down the 4. Take some shots towards White Boy. Doesn't quite get the knock. Oh, but he would find it. The last bullets would be the one to connect, and the mind weapon now find themselves on the disadvantage. They'll have his position has been exposed. Jump shots coming through. The knock is not there yet, as Hulk has to run for that reload. Will not get it, but Sarawi on the off angle will be good enough to secure the side of Virtual Gaming Squad a little bit of players to stay alive in this one. Smash team, they heard that, but they're not drawing any close.
Hey, we love to see it. Virtual Gaming really trying to make a push, trying to get themselves potentially up into that top 12. But this is going to be a hard-fought battle. A little bit of rotation coming on through, and we can see that happening now. Smash, they're in trouble. We know they've been relegated already down to 2 members. Paradise has not been what they wanted it to be, not quite the resort that they were looking for. Now Virtual Gaming looking to make that even tougher. Hulk needing to get some consumables up. I mean, that HP bar not looking too great before they get into this fight. Let's hope they do find some of that loot.
That was a nice backpack there by Sarari, though. That looks so unique. It's not something I've really seen.
He's
This
got
guy
the
is-
vehicle skin. He's got the
vehicle too,
backpack.
This man are flexing. Oh, who's not flexing is the side there of Vista Gaming, though, as they lose its boot at the top of that hill towards the side there of Raad. We did mention that Raad completely disengaged from that boot camp area. They did see a team landing there, but they did not decide to gatekeep or even push up into the boot camp. Painful, but nothing too bad. More Esports, I keep mentioning it. They're at the bottom of the tables. They can undo, they can do and undo. They can pretty much have as much fun as possible. Hence why we're seeing them landing in boot camp, going for a different type of rotation, heading into this game. I'm still keeping a very close eye on Titans Axer, who, like I said, he is behind the players there from Black Hand. He might just be a spanner in the works, and I'd really love to see that intentional play coming through from the Titans.
And what's interesting is the way in which they actually landed there. I mean, Axa just went straight on in for that Camp Alpha spot, and that this is completely towards the opposite of what we've seen from Titans before. Normally they drop together towards ruins on the other side of that bridge line, but this time it looks like they are scouting out the side of Black Hand, maybe even now going in for the finish. We can see they're currently rotating on that bridge line, and this is all happening outside the zone. We'll see if we get a chance to see what happens, or if it turns on its head, you know why. But now, GREEDYFORKILLS, moving in closer and closer here. Vampires, they've had a tough day. A few glimpses of hope. I would hope that this one might be another potential good game for them. However, again, at this point, you're playing for placements. You're playing for a potential to get yourself into Vikendi if you do not have that opportunity to get yourself into the finals.
I think for Vampires right now, they're just playing for fun, you know? Regardless of if they have a good game here, they currently have 53 points on overall rankings, and they have to make it close to 100 to actually make it into Vikendi, you know? So it's almost like, you know what, play for fun, try to enjoy this game as much as possible, because there's only one more left after this one. That zone centers up quite nicely on that Paradise area of the map. Smash team and Virtual Gaming Squad still out there in Paradise Resorts. We didn't see CRYPTICS come through, and I feel like CRYPTICS have probably learned a lesson, right? All the times they've decided to crash into Paradise Resorts to try to look for some of those third-party elims, they always end up going out. So they're like, today we're gonna avoid Paradise.
You know what's it's wild to think about as well. As we were taking a look at those over rankings, we have at least 4 players, of course, 4 teams at least sitting out, and most of them are within that top 12. So an opportunity now for the teams who are not in the top 12 to close up that ranking. And I agree with you. I think we might even almost see that the cut-off for top 12 is going to be close to 100, or at least potentially a 95 or 99er. So there is a massive opportunity here for these teams to lock down Vikendi at the very least. But it is going to be a tough challenge to make that happen, especially now Sanhok centering up towards Paradise. A Paradise finish would be wild.
Very, very wild, you know. But this idea of Virtual Gaming Squad and Smash Team may or may not be happy about that one. I do not know how they take Paradise, but for me, I would not like to land in Paradise and have the zone end in Paradise, because there'll be so many teams that are trying to get into Paradise. Paradise is is relatively easy to infiltrate. There's so many entry ports, there's so many buildings you can get on the top of. It's a tricky place to be in. So if that zone is ending up in that position and you do not know that terrain, it's going to be a whole lot of trouble. Wave Esports though getting approached by the side of Titans up on Bootcamp Hill. Mo Esports somewhere in the background, hearing a little bit of shots and also taking a little bit of shots. Wave Esports finding themselves in a very, very tricky and bad position.
Ooh, it's going to be a bit of an interesting one. Now the switch up here, of course, Wave Esports, they've had a few potentials. Hey, it's actually reaching in from Mo Esports over towards Wave, finding that one. Not sure if they'll be able to get the confirmation and the thirst as well, but that would definitely add on to a little bit of an interesting point here. Titans, though, they spotted up what they needed to. They're moving on into Wave territory. One not going to be the first member up. Is going to find the first one, but now the rest of the Titans, they move on in for the finish. However, what is happening? Wave is holding on.
It's turned into an ambush from the side of Wave Esports as Petrox is able to get yet another knock onto the side of Titan. A grenade being sent out towards that revive position. Chunks down, punches HP. Would be enough to secure that thirst up onto the side there of P6. As one player make that two. It's going to be Teak and Puncher. The last two players to hold up for the side of Titans. One revive still needs to be processed as Wave Esports now backed off a little bit. The Titans buy themselves a little bit more time.
We love to see this, all of the back and forth energy now from these teams. I mean, teams, Wave, you know, you had a second there thinking, okay, this is going to be the one for them. This is going to be the turnaround. But unfortunately, there is so many more teams and so much more danger in the vicinity. URUS now reduced down to 2, still hoping to get those raises on up. Coming through from the southern portion here, just on the outskirts of Quarry. It is a tough rotation. Got VISTA, or at least one member, the last member from VISTA, still up and Adam holding that line. Right behind them, it's RUKH. And the World of Battle still yet to enter. I don't know if they will necessarily be heading towards Quarry, so I think URUS might be safe from that end. But it's still one to be said. What that zone shift is going to cause them, and it's going to cause them a lot more rotation. Like we said, centering up on Paradise, a Paradise potential end zone is still in play.
Yep, definitely in play. Paradise teams would be happy about this one. Talking about Virtual Gaming Squad. Smash team, maybe not. They've got only one player left, even to an extent, Mo Esports, because this is where they normally would land. So they should have an idea of what is going on in all of this terrain. Black Hand being very, very isolated on that western edge, as we see Titans also still looking to gain a little bit of ground on the side there of Wave Esports. URUS, though, choosing to rotate through the Quarry area, the forced to. Like we always say, that is not a rotation that we would really advise. VISTA Gaming taking a couple of shots. Biscay, last player left. Maybe you shouldn't be taking this much shots, given the fact that the World of Battle and RUKH are somewhere in the vicinity just waiting for his exit.
You know, at the beginning of the week, we started to say that Mo Esports, they do their best work on Sanhok. So, can you now imagine if they move on in and grab their first winner on the last day on the map of Sanhok? To just take away all the points from every single other team. I mean, what more of a sabotage would you have wanted? So, I don't know. I'm going to secretly hold a candle for that. I don't know. It would be the last possible thing that could make me lose my mind. But the rest of the teams now rotating on in. RUKH coming through from the south. We got the World of Battle, of course, just so close and contentious. They have been keeping this rotation shoulder to shoulder for much longer. And now it looks like the World of Battle might finally make their move.
Does make the move. Trigger discipline has been lost. Hazem in the floor. It's only a matter of time. We did say it. Snaking in the jungle is what we see out here in this map of Sanhok, as Hazem now has to buy himself a little bit of time, but the smoke does not give you cover as the World of Battle will take down one player there from RUKH. Outside the zone, there's no point waiting. You have to get into that circle. But that being said, that zone continues to move up to the north, and out there on that eastern side, we do see Vampires going up against the side of CRYPTICS and also Lag.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird contention happening towards this eastern side. Of course, for the side of Vampires, it's only Ninja now that is trying to stay low, stay hidden. A9Q gets caught on out in the open, so that's going to be the end of Lag. And hopefully not the end of Vampires, but you see those shots already raining in. Ninja, not quite the Ninja act that we were waiting for.
You know who was showing is Greedy. because this is game 4, and that's where we start to see Greedy show us that aggressive prowess. Anyway, we do see shots coming through. The side of Vista Gaming will lose that last player as he's down. It's going to be BSK. We're down to the final 13 teams to battle this one out. And for a couple of these teams, this is their last game. And I'm talking about the teams that are actually in Group A. Mo Esports being one of those teams. Mo Esports, RUKH, Titan, and Vista Gaming. These are teams that really need to, you know, put up points on this final game if they want to actually smell that Vikendi. RUKH is sitting down on 12th. Mo Esports is on 13th. You know, these are teams that are sitting on that edge and really need to put up points on board. Else, they might just get overtaken in the final game of the day.
Ooh, the zone is going to be centering up on Mo Esports. So, I mean, in terms of the last game of the day, also the last game of the week, the last game of our league phase, please, let this be the one. Let this be the winner chicken dinner for Mo Esports. They've been so good on Sanhok. It would be so good. But, hey, we got to wait. There's still plenty of teams before we can even think. I'm sorry. I've already put it out there. I have to.
Don't jinx it. Anyway, Zone does look to be in a little bit of favor for the side of Black Hand. They've been isolated on that northwestern side. I said that earlier. We most likely wouldn't be seeing that Paradise Resorts finish as might just get chunked out of the next circle. But wherever this zone has pushed up to, I don't know if you know this area, but this is pretty much open fields, right? There's a lot of high grounds and then there's a lot of open fields, right? So not too much cover to be placed. And this is Sanhok where we don't really see too many vehicles, which means is either smoke grenades or rocks or those slim trees.
This has also been some of the best places for Titan to pick up their wildest points in previous games. I'm talking about previous season. I'm talking about in PMGC. This is where they picked up some of their best plays. So in terms of this position, Titans already finding themselves within that compound, within those little sections of the rocks and the gap, that range that they have to work with there. Might be what they need into this matchup, but we'll wait and see. We've got RUKH also rotating on in just behind the World of Battle, and now the World of Battle, they're getting a little bit aggressive, right? They're exposing themselves to all of these teams in the vicinity, so need to be very, very careful, otherwise RUKH will be capitalizing on that.
CRYPTICS a little bit slow on their rotation up there on that eastern side. It's interesting to see that they still chose to stay towards that eastern flank. And you can tell that the fear for Paradise is real coming through from CRYPTICS. They're trying to avoid it in every single manner. Because now they take the fight up towards the side there of Vampires. GREEDYFORKILLS also in the background. Lazy Boy will get one knock and a flush. But unfortunately, not enough HP to continue as that zone does take down his HP. Greedy out? No.
Now you jinxed it.
It was game 4. It was unjinxable.
You did this. Well, game 4, game 5, that's normally where we see them step up. And unfortunately, it will not be on the map of Sanhok. Too much chaos to deal with. The World of Battle, as we said at RUKH, have been slowly but surely taking this rotation on in. They have been looking for this opportunity, and now they're going to be looking to capitalize, finding the first one. Kron now having to back on off because all of a sudden, they have intruders in the back line. They have been absolutely decimated so far, but there is a back and forth here. RUKH, so close.
That was so close. And the third party would come through. It would allow that third party to come through. It's RUKH Esports putting in the third party. Titans already heard a little bit of this action, so they want a little bit of it. We can already see grenades going out towards that location as Arthur now realizes that that push is coming through. Has to fall down, has to hit the deck as he waits for his teammates to grab that revive up, get themselves back to the numbers advantage, and one player is back up on his feet, but that revive still has to continue. You've got to admire the amount of work that the Knight Arthur is putting in front. He's trying to buy his team so much time as the Titans continue to push, and you know, if they're able to take out the Titans here, it might just win the game.
They might indeed. We'll have to wait and see which team is going to be able to take out the Titans first, or if it will be turning everything on its head. Got this now. We've got the World of Battle coming through from that southern side. We've got RUKH Esports just up ahead of them. RUKH have also been on a different level of energy today, picking up such a good amount of points. But now the World of Battle, unfortunately, finding themselves in their crosshairs as they are with their zone right behind them. They have no choice but to keep pushing forward, but to keep on fighting against RUKH.
I like the fact that RUKH Esports heard the shots and instantly left Paradise Resorts. They came outside, they're like, you know what, we want these elims, we want it, and that is the prowess we're seeing from them. Run over, coming through from Arthur, as he's able to buy himself a little bit of an advantage. HP very, very low, as Bronsberg now still in the floor, hearing the shots coming through from Mohammed, but not quite standing up just yet. But here comes the push and the backstab from RUKH Esports, but Arthur has got a good angle, gets that knock and the flush to follow alongside it, but they still have to run into that circle. Pusha, the last player left for the side of RUKH Esports, would be able to uproot Arthur from that vehicle, telling him that is the end of the run for you. Blue zone forcing the world of battle out to move. Those revives cannot come through, and I wonder why Kron is still trying to process one.
Oh, this is so tough. Mohammed in no position to get res there. Kron out in the blue. And Kron not really wanting to step on up into that zone, giving RUKH Esports that opportunity to get another elimination. I mean, that would just be the final salt in the wound. We've already got RUKH Esports up with 5, but they've been relegated down to only 1. Mo Esports, hello, reaching in, finding Wave, and saying goodbye. To Wave, alongside Titans, we say goodbye. I am liking this energy. I am loving this energy.
Did Mo Esports take out Titans?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes, they did.
okay. We know. We'll keep our fingers crossed. Maybe because it wasn't a full wipe. But anyway, Pusher looking to be that gatekeeping factor for the side of the world of battle. Definitely heard Kron in his footsteps. And it's a 1v1 between both players. Trying to hold it up. Grenades in the hand of both as they're looking to find each other. It's a question of whose nade would land. Kron sends his out. And it's good to get that man down to a slither of HP. If I scream out Pusher too long, he might get knocked. And the shots coming through from Virtual Gaming Squad will seal the damage. RUKH Esports go out. Last 4 teams. Blackhand still alive. Virtual Gaming Squad still alive. And Mo Esports still alive, but they're on the bottom of the hill. That is not really a very nice position. They've got nice splits going on through, but the side of Virtual Gaming Squad still looking to face the side of Blackhand.
Oh, Blackhand just off the back of that fantastic previous match, picking up a winner-winner chicken dinner. They don't want it to end here. They don't need it to end here. But of course, Virtual Gaming will need to be that team to make it stop.
They really have to make it stop. They've got stop on the squad if I'm not making that wrong or making that mistake. But anyway, Red Hawk still looking for a knock onto the side of Virtual Gaming Squad. Revives are coming in through, so it most likely would deny the point. As we see Mo Esports, they've still not gotten out of that compound because it is a strong position on the southern side of the circle. But Blackhand still looking for that knock. Revive not quite coming through yet. I wonder why. I think they're so bent on getting this thirst, but the world of battle, they've got Kron in the background, putting in the work. Oh my god, he gets 1. Make that 2. As Virtual Gaming Squad now, they have to play against that solo. These solos, they spoil the game so much. 3 elims coming through from the side here of Kron, and that man, he's absolutely been a pain. He's the spanner in the works, Kron.
9 eliminations now up here for the World of Battle, and what I love to say is Mo Esports has the highest player count into the final zone in terms of positioning. They're running that 3-1 split already. Paradox out in the open. Hopefully, we'll be getting that information onto Kron. We got Blackhand moving in from the north now. Storm out in the open, and once again, who it is Kron to shut them down.
Kron does get the knock up through as he's pushing up into the circle. Plaza would spot him, take a couple of shots towards his location. But the side of Mo Esports, they've begun to spread out of the compound because it's such low ground. Hansley would find the knock on the side, and it's now a 4v3. The players there from Blackhand, they're down by 1 player. It's Blackhand up against Mo Esports. We've seen Mo Esports in these type of positions before, and the last time we saw them yesterday, they did not quite capitalize on it. Today, would they be able to seal the dot? Would they be able to seal the work? Would they be able to put the final pen in the book? And yes, they will, as Red Hawks does go down to the nade from Hansley, down to 2 players left. Storm spots that player there. Hansley takes some shots, but will not find it just yet, as Hates looking to have that angle for Blackhand. They have to force it into the circle. Plaza finds his way in, but will not be able to quite find very good cover. We did say there is not too much cover as he's trying to process that revive. Mo Esports, are they going to let that one happen? 3 players off the top of the hill, 1 on the flank. The shots through the smoke would find Storm. His HP is very low. And the side of Mo Esports, they are looking strong. Grenades in the hands of Bum Bum. He's loading it up, sending it down the hill. The damage is being done. Plaza would fall. Mo Esports are doing it, but Storm able to get 1 in return. On the side, he spots Hansley, but not quite able to get the knock as Bum Bum now behind the tree, up in a 1v1 up against Storm, and he gets it. Mo Esports.
They did it. They absolutely did it. Winner chicken dinner to Mo Esports. I have been waiting to be able to say that. Off of the energy they brought into this week, you have to give them applause. They managed to make that happen with the wild MS that they've been dealing with. They picked up a winner chicken dinner. They locked it down. They fixed any and every mistake they possibly could use and they possibly could have made. And they played as a team. They picked up the win here, Crowns.
from the bottom. They needed it. They've been inching closer and closer to the chicken. And what better map for Mo Esports to do it but on Sanhok? If they don't make it, this is enough. I'm happy.
Massive congratulations to Mo Esports. Thank you for finally making it happen. And of course, again, on Sanhok, the map that has been bringing Mo Esports its success in this week. They have really been showing just a different level of energy, just a different prowess, and now they finally have locked it down off of the back of a very tough weekend. I have to remind you, they've had some tough challenges and they have brought it to the win. Let's take a look at those fantastic highlights. The chat is going wild. We are going wild in our seats. We get to say that Mo Esports picked up the winner chicken dinner. Finally, we have waited for that opportunity to say exactly those words. But let's take a look at those match rankings to see exactly where everyone ended up. Of course, Kron from the World of Battle was an absolute menace.
18 points for Mo Esports because of a chicken dinner.
Woo!
Ah, it's too much. I cannot handle it. Mo Esports putting in the work, but Virtual Gaming Squad deciding that they would also put up points up on board, making it harder. 12 points up on board for the side of Virtual Gaming Squad. The World of Battle in Kron was able to do so much work, but Black Hand not quite able to clutch it up against Mo Esports. We've been saying to Mo Esports, play as a team, and as a team they played, they got a chicken. The last time they tried playing as a team, they almost got the chicken, but they started playing not as a team, they lost it. This time they came so close and they remained as a squad, and it played out well for them.
We love to see it here. What a way, what a kind of energy to bring in to the last possible Sanhok of the phases of this league so far. Before the finals, Mo Esports, they lock it down. Let's go take a look at that second page, of course. Honestly, I don't think anything is going to compare to the first page. Nothing is really going to get me too excited. At least no one goes to the donut shop, which is pretty cool. Still not as cool as the first page, though.
Mo Esports, that's just it. Like, I just feel like I can't see any other thing. Like, it feels so victorious because we've been waiting. We had to wait 3 weeks till the final game for them. But I think with this game, you should push them into that top 12. They might just be able to play in that Vikendi. Show us a little bit of enjoy that map of Vikendi at least for once. But anyway, a couple of points, not quite being there. This was their last game, and they put up only 2 points up on board. That gives so many of the teams that are sitting down below the chance to actually overtake them on that overall ranking.
I'm telling you, that top 12 is going to look so wild at the end of this week, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Honestly, this is the kind of energy we need in the last day. I'm just preparing for the finals. When we do come back, I think nothing else is obviously going to compare, but at least now we get to say absolutely well, congratulations there to Mo Esports for finally picking up that chicken dinner. And with that being said, I think I've lost enough marbles on stream, so I'm going to go off stream now to just take a break and refresh myself. Because it has been wild over on the PMPL Africa Spring 2023. We'll be right back. I don't have a good enough intro to sort of follow up what just happened on Sanhok, so all I'm going to say is hi, welcome back. This is where we all lose our minds based on what these teams have been bringing in. It's PMPL Africa, and we wouldn't want it any other way. Mo Esports, congratulations to them, but now they have to sit out for our last map of the day. So whatever points they have managed to grab, that was the last hurrah, and we just have to give them a warm, well done of applause. I mean, I can't even speak anymore. Crowns, please, just bring some sanity into this.
A nicely cool Easter gift coming through from the side of Mo Esports onto Mo Esports to us, to everybody, because you know we've been waiting for it. We wanted to see Mo Esports actually do good numbers. To think it was actually when they decided to land as a squad in one general location, which was boot camp, that they were able to put up the numbers on board. To an extent, you can also say because they took out that last player there from Titan, that is also one of the reasons why they won this game. But still, it was a beautiful Sanhok game to say the least. It was very poetic, if you ask me, because the team that has shown so well on Sanhok was Mo Esports, and they decided to grab themselves that final chicken dinner of the day. But that being said, the action does not quite end, because the race for top 16, the race for top 12, and the race for the finals is still on, as we're about to get into the next game of the day. It's going to be none but Erangel.
Absolutely. The last opportunity for teams to bring in those points, as we know. Unfortunately, for the likes of Group A, they will not be joining us, Mo Esports being one of them. Of course, Titans, RUKH, and VISTA Gaming will not be having their last wrangle of the day. But that, I mean, with that even being said, for Titan Gaming specifically, I feel like they don't need any extra points. They have they've really been picking up all that they really needed to do. I don't think they are in any sort of danger from not going to Vikendi. For the rest of the teams, there is still a potential little shuffle that can happen. We might still be able to see some teams just grabbing that last little bit of an opportunity into the top 12. If we take a look at the current standings for this week, we do see that the team that is actually holding that 12th position is TIMEOUT with 95 points total, and right up ahead of them, everyone else is already in triple digits, that being Wave Esports, GREEDYFORKILLS, Blackjack, Mo Esports, cough cough, and the rest. So there is still an opportunity to potentially change it up, but it's going to come down to the teams right below. Oh, that bottom 8 has got a lot of work cut out for them.
Then TimeOut Esports being the team on 12. RUKH definitely not making it into Vikendi anymore because they've played all their games for today. But TimeOut Esports, if they're able to put up 5 points just going into this game, it means the cutoff point for top 12 this week in PUBG Mobile Africa was 100 points. That is outrageous. Like, this is not, we've been seeing it increase from 90 in week 1 to about 95 in week 2 or 94, and now in phase 3 we're seeing close to 100. That just goes to define that in order to make it into not just Vikendi but into the finals, you need to be on something different.
We know that is the fact, yeah. And so far, everyone has been really showcasing that they've been so good at adapting. They've been bringing in that energy. They've been changing things up day in, day out. Every single time there is a break day, they come back even stronger. So the teams have been putting, but as we know, unfortunately, it all comes down to this last map of the phase. It is Erangel to decide who's going to be our top 12 on Vikendi and who's going to be our top 16 over on into the finals. But here it is, our last Erangel zone for the phase, and of course it's South. Of course.
Playing path, it's nice. I'm saying it's nice because I want a very, very terrible game, a very, very hard game for all of these teams. And just because it's now in the south, initially I was going to say, you know what, going into this Erangel game, I want a military-based circle to kind of close down things. But right now, I think I'll take something up towards that northeastern edge, you know, somewhere around the open fields, you know. I just want to see an open field finish, or maybe even a city finish up towards Pochinki. That's something I'm looking forward to seeing out here in this final Erangel game of the phase.
We got blessed with a very northern zone in the previous Erangel. Not sure if it's going to happen again with the flight path. If we do actually for once have the zone gods following the flight path, we should be saying hello to both a military base island and of course the southern portion of the main island, that being Pramosk and Ferry Pier, which was also a very wild finish yesterday where we had the similar zone. Waiting for that zone to pop on up. The rest of the team should have plenty of opportunity to get to their usual drop sites.
Yeah, nothing too serious, nothing too bad. You can find a couple of vehicles, make it into your regular drop location. It shouldn't be too much of a trouble. Hey, at least I got the military island zone, or at least the zone that has a little bit of the military island in it. So yeah, I enjoy it, I like it, and I want to see how these teams would play this one out.
just check what is happening over towards Ferry Pier. We've got CRYPTICS and URUS who have dropped on one another, obviously trying to get boots onto the ground as quickly as possible to get those vehicles and running to, or driving rather, to their favorite locations. But now with that little bit of a cluster, we'll have to wait to see if anything will come from it. However, I think URUS will hopefully be able to rotate on out of it. We have a few other clusters that are looking a little wild with the rotations as everyone is trying to get to their usual drop sites. Smash Vampires pretty close to one another. El Chapo just sussing out at least one member here of Triple Esports, but the rest not looking too wild just yet.
Too wide. It's a it's a pretty fair zone. I'm gonna call it a fair zone because it's fair when we look at the type of zones we've been getting this week. The World of Battle, we lose one player upon landing towards the side of Black Hand. This is going to be a lot of trouble. We've seen teams lose players here and to the side of Black Hand as RUKH finds himself behind the fence, trying to bandage up a little bit. Normally we'd see Black Hand look for a vehicle and get into Yasnaya, but it does look like RUKH want a little bit of this engagement. Molotov's being sent towards his position and a grenade to follow suit. That grenade doesn't need to do too much damage, but it's a little overcooked. Side of Black Hand, not quite looking to come through for Calvary just yet. It's surprising to see, and I really hope this does not spell a bad game for the side of Black Hand.
They do have the rest of the members now moving on in for that backup, the World of Battle. We know Kron has been on something else, already picking up such wild eliminations in that previous Sanhok, now bringing that same energy over towards Erangel. However, there is a bit of a stalemate back and forth. RUKH sending out a bit of a molly, getting that backup and just getting some spacing to work with, but these smokes are really cutting off any sort of angles they can work with here.
Yeah, the Molotov not quite hitting the mark, but it will cause a little bit of a delay coming through as HP continues to get chunked up on RUKH. The rest of Black Hand not quite in the vicinity just yet. Oh, scratch that. Koa is out here somewhere. RUKH is going to fall, and the rest of Black Hand now have to come in to save. Plaza and Koa, there's no way they can cross, but they've got grenades to talk about. Koa sends one out to the back of the fence, gets the bounce. Not quite the knock yet, but Mohammed's HP is going to be very low. Smokes on the top of the road to kind of buy themselves, give themselves a little bit of cover to make the crossing. Storm not quite in the vicinity just yet. RUKH crawling back to see if he can get that revive. The World of Battle would also get their numbers back up.
And again, this engagement has a time limit, right? Because we've got the mind weapon just up behind them, slowly but surely descending that mountaintop. But there's a good opener onto World of Battle. At least Koa finding that little angle. There has been one raise or so happening. Mohammed and Arthur still up on their feet, just barely with those HP bars. They need loot, and unfortunately, with Black Hand cutting in this time, they haven't had the opportunity to really keep anything that they've managed to pick up. But I like this disengage from Black Hand to get out of there.
Yep, they're like, you know what, let's just go get our HPs back up, let's go get ourselves looted up. We've given them enough trouble. Both teams just feeling themselves out ideally, nothing too serious. We're just, you know what, we just wanted to see if you knew how to shoot guns. That's it, nothing too serious, we're good.
Nothing too serious for now. We'll have to wait and see how it's going to happen later on with zone rotations moving in. The World of Battle now need to circle on out. They need to get out of these compounds. They have lost all of the loot they just managed to get. All of the ammo, all of the meds have just been used to survive Black Hand. They thought they were going to get a free elimination, but no. Didn't happen this time around. So the only team that has unfortunately lost a member has been Arab Golden. The rest still looking healthy, at least for now, still alive.
Yeah, really still holding it up. We've not really lost too many. Only one so far, so we'll take it. Nothing that we'll be complaining about. But that being said, Vampires still looking to be holding very nicely in the hospital. We smashed him out there in South and North Jojopol. Triple Esports out there in the regular drop spot towards the Primorsk area with CRYPTICS looking to be a little bit misplaced around that northern side of the ferry pier. URUS also still in the ferry pier. Military Island would have only Wavy Sports side there of TIMEOUT out there in Muta, and I have to say this TIMEOUT really need to put numbers up on board. I mean, maybe not really, because I mean they're on 12th position. Regardless, they'll make it into Miramar, or they make it into Vikendi. All they just need is 5 points.
They just need a little bit of something, right? Just anything to add on to the overall tally. And for the rest of the teams, I guess they're trying to do the same, because any little bit of points, any little bundle that they can add to their tally is going to help them on the overall rankings, is going to help them into this phase rankings, and ultimately give them as many bonus points as they possibly can to go into those finals next weekend. So now we have to beg the question, right? who is going to be taking the final Erangel of this phase.
I feel like Triple Esports is that team that likes to go out to the bank. Plus, they do have a good position in that new circle. So, I think I'll go for Triple Esports for this final game.
Okay, Triple Esports, not a bad team. RUKH Esports came to mind, not only just because we just tuned into them, but also because of the energy they've been bringing in today. They started off the day really, really strong, picking up those winner chicken dinners. I would like if they could start with one and end with one. However, it's going to come down to the sort of energy they can bring in. I mean, so far they've been getting good eliminations, then they've been losing out players, unfortunately, with the rotations in these last few matches. And that's been making it so tough for them in the final zone to pick up a win, that if they can change it up here, maybe we can see a double winner chicken dinner here for RUKH Esports. But meanwhile, Arab Golden with the 3-piece, spotting out lag, and it looks like they want a piece of lag as well.
Everybody wants a piece of the action. It's the final game of today. Go all out, turn it into a screams. I want to see that one. Drum through is going to come through from the side of lag. As they get pushed by Arab Golden with help from GREEDY4KILLS. A9Q would get all the thirst, but Greedy, they've done a little bit of damage. They might just be sending it to Zoxy out there in the vicinity, going into the vehicle, making that form up as they continue to rain the bullets onto the side of Lag Esports. Run over, taking A9Q back to the lobby, and here comes the full force of Greedy. They're sending it. Nobody minds. It's the final game. Mexico would try to jiggle and wiggle, but he would fall as Greedy would be able to grab themselves 5 elims in the final game.
I mean, we went from Arab to Lag to Greedy. Take your pick. In a matter of seconds, we've just lost 2 teams. So yeah, no, we say goodbye to them. We wait for that zone shift now to show us where we're going to be ending up. And once again, very Pier it is. And now, yesterday, we obviously had this situation where the zone shifted. We saw Triple actually getting that northern reach of the zone, and that ended up being the win for them. That ended up being what they needed to go out with a bang, like you said. This time, however, they're towards the south, they're towards the coastal line, and who other than RUKH Esports and, of course, the likes of potentially Vampires and Smash are heading into that northern section. So we'll have to wait and see how that zone is going to shift in the later phase.
I feel like it's pretty much easy rotations for the side of Triple Esports from here on out, given that there isn't too many teams out there in the center, but not too much easy rotation for the side of Virtual Gaming Squad, as they have to ward off the side of Timeout. Having one player knocked down in the side of Virtual Gaming Squad, not really working out too well for them in Alpha Luigi. One Shot and Hawk have to find another route into the circle. This fight is happening around the Muta area of the map, and I do not know if One Shot has enough HP. Has enough okay, he does, because I was about to say that man probably is going to bleed out to the zone.
Could be an interesting one. Unfortunately, all of this happening out in the blue zone, and again, out in the blue, all the way towards Malta. And now they have to get themselves all the way towards Ferry Pier with everyone moving in. We already have a lot of teams over towards Pachinki, that being GREEDYFORKILLS, and of course Blackjack Esports. A lot of teams now rotating in from the north. Blackhand obviously still in Yasnaya Poliana, so they still need to get a move on into the zone. The Water Battle from RUKH, and of course the Mind Weapon just up ahead and on the outskirts of school. So there is plenty and plenty more rotations to be had. Wave, the only team still on the military base as well. The Western Bridge rotation for them, I'm not sure. It's going to come down to timing for me.
Interesting to see Blackjack Esports on the Pachinki Hill, but that is nice. But when you have GREEDY4KILLS who have just been rampaging looking for elims, it becomes a little bit of a trouble. But they're able to get 2 players down as Zeke and MG still looking to hold it up. Pivo's legs been spotting underneath the vehicle, and down he would fall as Nossa now rendered the last player left, but a beautiful grenade up onto Zeke would ensure Nossa has a little bit of ground to stand against this 1v3 coming through from the side of Blackjack Esports. But that man with the gun in hand, trying to see if he can go in from the left. 2 people pushing up onto him, and that is a GG well played onto the side there of Greedy.
Oh, no game number 4, no game number 5. So yeah, we say goodbye to GREEDY4KILLS. Unfortunately, they're not going to be making that mad dash to the top at the end of the day this time around. But they've done well enough. We'll have to wait and see if it was at least enough to get them that extra map on Vikendi. Looking at the rest of these teams now, CRYPTICS here towards the south. Once again, similar position that they've held before in that previous Ferry Pier zone. And now, right up ahead of them, URUS, Vampires. It's going to be very awkward if that zone does shift once again to the north, because then it's the same situation, right? You have to rotate shoulder to shoulder with all of these teams, but this time they have a little bit of extra spacing to work with.
Vampires do have a good position in that circle. Same thing can be said about Triple Esports. I have been mentioning Triple Esports because they have such a nice position going into that circle. I do not really see them losing out on this game. They have high grounds to work with, so they should be fine. RUKH Esports also have a very good position. Wave Esports finally making their rotation out of the military island, as I would begin to see a lot of these teams that start the late rotation up on that northeastern edge start to struggle, find their way in. I'm talking Black Hand, Virtual Gaming Squad, the World of Battle, the Mind Weapon. These are teams that have to find their way into that circle.
It's going to be a tough one indeed. So many teams now running towards that center position, trying to get at least some real estate to work with here. Vampire is going to be making the dash, just narrowly escaping Smash Esports. I mean, up for Smash at this point, I mean, Grounds, you're playing for an opportunity maybe to sabotage. You're playing for an opportunity to get as many points as you can, you know, just into your final standings. But I don't see an, unfortunately, an opportunity for them to get into the finals.
Yeah, I don't see it. I'm not gonna lie. I'm actually expecting what I saw from GREEDYFORKILLS from the side of of Smash team. Vampires. These are teams that I expect to be driving around, looking for shots, crashing into anything. Because ideally, this is probably their last game. They're not even in the top 16 or top 12 in order to make it into Vikendi. So right now, just go all out. The Mind Weapon though, finding themselves in the blue zone, having to ward off the gates keep coming through from the side of Blackjack Esports. Maybe not the best of places to be, as Hamodi will not continue to put up the shots on there. Blackjack also have to start their own rotation into the zone. And this is pretty much looking like a very, very scary zone because there isn't too much playable area.
There's a lot of open fields here to work with, so very few compounds in and far in between. To really try and keep your team safe, to keep them into the long run here for the end of Erangel. We've had Black Hand finally make their approach through from Yasnai Poliana. They do find themselves in between not only Smash, but of course Vampires to the other side. URUS right up ahead of them. Still running a split wave. Rolled on in and shut down the likes of Virtual Gaming. They knew there was likely going to be another team just trying to be a bit of a bridge camper, knowing that Wave does normally take that military base approach. So some homework done, but Wave did better homework.
And that is actually nice to see them understanding that they can actually take a fight out there on the north of the bridge, and they were ready for it. RUKH Esports out in the background, looking to take a couple of shots towards the side there of Blackjack, but same thing can be said about Black Hand, who are looking to welcome rotating vehicles into the circle. It's going to be the side there of the Mind Weapon taking the brunt for this fight. Smash team also in the background, and they would start to take the shots. Black Hand finding themselves in a very tough situation. The run over comes through up onto Max. Zara taking the fall damage. This is not too nice for the side there of the Mind Weapon.
That's not too nice for the side of Black Hand either, because we still have Smash involved. You can see Ban already sending it. Not going to let Black Hand get that res. At least he's trying, but he can't spot them out in the zone. He can't spot them out in the smoke. And now just like that, as Ban thought the coast was clear, he goes down. Oh no.
One way or the other, he wasn't able to spot that revive coming through. Black Hand would be able to capitalize on that one. The Mind Weapon sadly would go out. Eventually, that's not playing any matter. It's not playing well for them, looking at the points that they're able to put up on board, with flank angles coming through from the side of Black Hand. Smash team looking to be ready for it as the shot starts to go out. Redox in the vicinity, looking for that knock, would not get it as Score would fall first. Redox trying to hold it up. Storm and Plaza off on the off angle as they form up into the fight later on. The DBS in hand would get down one more player, and Elias is onto something. He's up for 2 players now, and he's down to just Storm, who is very low on HP, but Storm would get him down just before he's able to get up. I'll pull up that squad wipe, but IHP too low. Rolex going up for the push. The pre-fires are in. Storm does some damage, but Rolex would get the wipe up to the Black Hand, and that's going to be a GG. Well played.
I just wish we had this Smash earlier rather than later. I mean, it's such a good engagement now for them to take out Black Hand, and they were constantly hunting them, right? You would have thought that after that initial drop of Ban going down, they would back off, they would disengage, but no, they continued. They hunted down the likes of Black Hand and paid off. I wish we could have seen the Smash last week. I wish we could have seen them sooner, but now they still have a bit more opportunity to potentially get a few more eliminations. I can't believe that we're having these teams take out each other. What is happening?
It is all or nothing. There's nothing to lose. Everyone is just sending it on, because right now it's only people that are relatively on top of the board, or maybe even in the middle part of the board, trying to see if they can overtake whoever is on top of them, try to get a couple more points in. But for now, bottom teams are just going all out. Timeouts now would be receiving visitors from the side there of Wave Esports. Grenades now being chunked as Desha in the background will be the first man down. Molotovs up the stairs would be forcing Mido to go downstairs as Wave Esports now looking to take this engagement. Mido from the side would come through as the grenade from Hazard is enough to hold him, but the burn comes through. Mido would fall. Abdullah able to get yet another knock onto the side of Wave Esports. Petrox the last one left but cannot hold it down, and Wave Esports get eliminated. Timeout also showing so much defensive prowess.
Oh, this is what we love to see. They're fighting for that opportunity over towards Vikendi. I would love to see a new set of teams joining us and just showcasing their potential and maybe going for those crossbow challenges. We'll have to wait and see who's going to be joining us next. Has Timeout have them time to at least get those reses popped off? Smash still from the center, reaching out towards RUKH Esports. RUKH riding on high now with 3 eliminations. Currently, it is Timeout and Blackjack Esports that are our elimination leaders, following suit with Smash Team. I mean, those are 3 teams that you wouldn't say normally are our elimination leaders.
I tell you, and it's sad that we had to wait for the final day before these teams actually got the confidence to actually do this, because this is something that, you know, we don't really see too often. Sometimes we get caught up in trying to play so tactical that we forget about the importance of confidence and momentum, right? And seeing that it's this final game, that these teams are now putting up this type of performance is very painful. That being said, Triple Esports playing very passive again as we see them holding up on that western edge. We do get that zone shifting all the way to Smash Team. Such a good position they're holding, but they've only got 2 players. Makes me wonder just how well they can hold it. CRYPTICS, hopefully they've learned from that chicken dinner from Titan yesterday, and they would leave this position they find themselves as soon as possible.
Potentially. Also, we got RUKH Esports into that new zone as well from the northern side, potentially heading towards that eastern portion where Timeout are currently holding. So very curious to see what they're going to be making of it as well. URUS, they've made a plenty and a plethora of noise here towards the ferry pier. So CRYPTICS, of course, very aware that there is a little bit of a worry when they do want to take that rotation in. Ramsey, of course, URUS have the exact same idea. They can see a little bit of movement in this compound. And so this is going to be coming down once again to that timing here. Who's going to be making the first move, and if the other team will be ready to capitalize. All the battle on the outskirts. No man's land, and rotations now are not going to be fun. If they do not have smokes, if they don't have vehicles to try and help them out to make that dash into the zone, we might be saying goodbye to the likes of not only the World of Battle, but of course Blackjack Esports as well.
Really hoping to see Vampires pop off in this final game, you know, because why not? And pretty much I think Vampires have that chance to make it into Vikendi, if I'm not mistaken, ish. Oh, actually they don't. Yeah, I remember saying they had 55 points before. Yeah, so they can't, so which means they can actually decide to play spoiler, go all out in this game. So yeah, Vampires, I would also like to see you guys be that spanner in the works for all of these teams.
I mean, if we take a look at it, right, Lag already out, they were in 14th place. Virtual Gaming also already out, they were in 15th place. Arab Golden also out in 16th place. So Vampires, in terms of the challenge that's up ahead of them, it's only URUS that are up ahead of them on the overall rankings for this week. And Vampires had 58 points. If they had a better points, if they had a better week, then I could have said yes, they could have still stolen a Vikendi slot. But now, I don't see that happening, especially not with the likes of Timeout picking up such wonderful points. And Karan, oh, Karan, what have you done?
Well, Kron has run into the open and down he would fall. Vampires looking for the shot through the smoke would find a little bit of them, and Kron eventually getting sent back into the lobby. Blackjack Esports also finding themselves in that open field, taking a whole lot of trouble, which is very surprising for Blackjack, because I wouldn't really expect Blackjack Esports to be that team that would be lurking around in the outskirts of the open fields. They would eventually get spotted by RUKH Esports, and that's going to be Blackjack out and gone in this game. But anyway, Triple Esports received the visitors from the side of Vampires as they come in crashing, come in sending it. There is a smoke in play, but that might not be enough to stop the side of Triple as they begin to launch grenades down to their position. Thor sends his own. Drycy also sends his own. Yazan feeling the heat, feeling the explosion as they continue to launch those nades. It's a grenade barrage coming through from the side of Triple Esports, and you could tell that they've been quiet all day, but does not mean they're not ready to take a fight.
They've been sitting here waiting for an opportunity for a team to push into them, and none other, of course, than Vampires will make it happen. Now moving on closer and closer, those nades still sending on through. I mean, Triple Esports, they have just been waiting. They've been keeping these utilities for so long, and now they finally get to use them.
Offensive smokes being used by the side of Triple so they can get a little bit of ground, put that blinding angle onto the side of Vampires as Ninja is looking to hold his way. Don't worry, Ninja, I'm not a ninja today. Grenades coming out and Ryazan would fall as the side of Vampires now down to just 2 players only. Triple Esports still have a 4-man team, oh sorry, make that a 3-man team still alive in this one.
Oh, I can't believe what I'm saying. But yeah, Vampires and Triple Esports up head to head with Triple. As we said, they've just been keeping those nades. They've been waiting for the opportunity to finally let loose. And now Thor going with that flanking opportunity. Ninja will have to step out, and that will be the end of Vampires. Unfortunately, spacing not really working out for them. Over towards what's happening in the center, we got Smash and RUKH, the only other teams that have a potential position in zone, but RUKH is actually backing off. Just a little bit of a regroup before they go and find a position in zone. So very curious to see what they're going to make of this timeout. Now moving in from the eastern side, going to be spawning out Smash. That zone shift is going to be interesting.
The only way that Smash is in a good position, right? And the only way RUKH Esports can take away that good position from them is by full sending it. There is no two ways about it. You have to go for a send it straight up into the ditch, try to see if you can take them out. It's going to be down to how much they can attack. But RUKH Esports deciding not to do that. They're looking to go more for that northern play, trying to clear out the north, see what they have before they get into that circle. Timeout wasting so much time in the blue. Abdullah looking very confused, and Bronsberg is going to capitalize on that one, getting himself that sweet knock to go alongside the 7 elims.
I think everyone should be shaking in their boots. The only 2 teams still up with 4 players is RUKH Esports or CRYPTICS. So, you know, you can take your pick. Who's the lesser evil here? Timeout, unfortunately, going to be losing out on 2 players, but they are running a 2-2 split, so Mido and Hazard will be safe for the time being. However, that doesn't mean that they're going to be quiet. We can see RUKH running 1-2 splits. Pusher might be getting a drop on this position for now. However, they back off. This is a very tough zone to now try and navigate. A lot of dips, and that massive hilltop just on the other side of the road is going to make it very difficult for any team to try and capitalize and take this position away from Smash.
Triple Esports look to be taking fight up against the side of CRYPTICS, and like I said, RUKH Esports just quietly looking at that little dip that the side of Smash team are holding, deciding and trying to realize or trying to pick when they want to really full send it into that position. URUS Esports Moment will take all sorts of bullets onto his position as he makes his way into the circle. Will get eliminated in the try as we see Hazard now finding his way towards the side of Smash team. He and Mido, the last 2 players alive. CRYPTICS taking the bronze from the side of Triple Esports. 1 player already down. And it's a question of what are they going to do about that one. Grenade still going out towards the side of Timeout. A Smash team do not want to give up just yet.
They don't want to give up, but they might be taken out without their consent, unfortunately, as RUKH Esports are sending it in. Timeout are getting closer and closer. We've got Triple Esports holding on with CRYPTICS now nestled in between. So it might be too much, and it is too much for Timeout to deal with. But how is Triple going to be holding on to this? Not sure how much utility they have to work with after that little bit of a spat with Vampires. And for RUKH, look at the split. North side, they are completely taking control of the northern side of the zone.
Well, Blacklost is able to get himself 1 knock as they come in for the full send. Rami is also in the vicinity as he does come in for that full send. Rolex trying to hold up, but here comes RUKH Esports. DBS in the hands, not enough as Rolex is able to get 1 more player down from RUKH. And here comes the third-party shots up onto Smash. It's not helping matters as RUKH Esports have to grab 2 revives up onto their players. 1 more player down for Smash team as Blacklost now has to grab that revive up onto his teammates, still sending grenades to ward off the side there of RUKH Esports.
If RUKH want to take this win, they need to just hold on to this one. They cannot go down to the likes of Smash. And now finding that nade on towards Rolex might make this a possibility, getting closer and closer to taking this position away. And look at the rest of the teams. It's only Triple that's still up with 3. We've got Smash and CRYPTICS obviously relegated to 1. So in terms of numbers, if RUKH can hold on to their players, they could have the win.
They needed the numbers advantage to take away this little dip from the side of Smash team, and Smash team have made that mistake of allowing RUKH Esports get their numbers back up. Here comes the push up onto that solo player. It's going to be Blacklost. DBS in hand, there's only so much he can do as RUKH Esports come through. Wait a minute. Bro! Okay. He almost got me scared for a second there.
There was a little bit of excitement. Almost we saw the likes of RUKH going down, but it was only one member, and they should be able to get that res. We don't see a send coming through from Triple or from CRYPTICS as they go down, and now Triple with one member down trying to recover. Thor and oh, look at Pusher now stepping up. They've isolated Old Boy, so this might be it for Triple Esports.
Yep, Triple Esports having just one player with very low HP. It's only a matter of time. The shots would come through and Old Boy would fall. I see the last player left driving around in the circle looking for a safe haven, looking for a place to call home, but he's not found any bar. Oh, out goes the back tire of the buggy, and I see he has to pop off. Tries to find the shots up against the full man team of RUKH Esports. There isn't so much you can do. Triple Esports taking out and Esports seal themselves the second winner chicken dinner for today.
You love to see it. RUKH starting off the day with a win, ending the day with a win. Maybe they took a page out of GREEDYFORKILLS' book, but they definitely made it look a whole lot different. Fantastic work from RUKH Esports. We can see in terms of the damage dealt, there's not a lot that they had to do towards that end bit, even though there was a lot of back and forth. They just chose the right timing. That step up with Triple Esports, that was so perfect. You couldn't have gotten better timing to try and just take a look at what everything else was happening in the vicinity. I mean, I think with that, we pretty much know who's going to be our top 12. It's going to be the last match of the day, done and dusted. Only Vikendi still left.
I'm trying to see that post coming through from RUKH Esports, because I mean, 2 chicken dinners in a day. It's a sandwich of chicken dinner. They did the bread and butter today. They did not let Erangel do that one for them. Love to see that one. We'll be seeing the 12 teams that made it into the Vikendi game. I don't know why I always want to say Miramar. I mean, I've been so pumped up for Vikendi, and now I can't even say the name of the map. Ah, damn! That's how much craziness we've seen today.
It's been a wild ride, and again, Erangel did not disappoint. I mean, with that zone again going towards Ferry Pier, it's been so tough for these teams to deal with all of these outskirts zones. I mean, they basically have had more water, I would say, in this last week than we have had in every single PMPL season so far. So hopefully they are ready with those eastern and coastal ridges and zones, because I believe there's a little bit more around the corner. Let's go take a look at the highlights. You love to see it. Erangel really not disappointing, but we know that it's going to be the last normal map done and dusted for the day, because we only have Vikendi left, which means we need to first take a look at those match rankings to see how many points exactly RUKH obviously managed to add to their tally, but also the rest of the teams, because ultimately Triple Esports, they were looking pretty healthy, they were picking up a good amount of eliminations. It just unfortunately didn't translate into a win.
Yep, 23 points with 13 eliminations coming through from the side there of RUKH Esports. I mean, we've seen 22. What are the odds we wouldn't see 23? Anyway, Triple Esports in second place with 13 points. TIMEOUT in third with 11 points gathered in total. Smash Team also being able to put up numbers up on board. We've been begging them for ages, and they finally listened to our plea in the final game of the day. CRYPTICS also putting up good numbers on the board, and the same thing can be said about Blackjack.
Oh, it is looking spicy. Let's take a look at that last page. Black Hand, of course, making a bit of an approach. We've got 3 teams also joining us in the donut shop, unfortunately. So the Mind Weapon Butcher Gaming. Arab Golden, not the last game they would have wanted it to be. But, hey, at least for some of the rest of the teams, we've got a few more eliminations on this side of things. And with that last match ranking done and dusted, crowns, very excitingly, we get to see what our top 12 is going to be like for the last possible Vikendi here over in PMPL Africa, because there's no more Vikendis in finals. It's only Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel, rinse and repeat. None of that fantastic Vikendi action. So this is the last opportunity for teams to pick up a crossbow.
Yep,
Please.
it's the last Vikendi. We really want to see that one. But before we start to head into Vikendi, we'll like to take a look at that overall standings to see where all of these teams are. Titans definitely running away with it, and they still have to play this Vikendi game where they can put up more points up on board. You just love to see 227 points. This is absolutely monstrous coming through from Titan.
But of course, with that being said, right, there is no possible chance, I think, that RUKH Esports, no, I know, that RUKH Esports can catch up to Titans. I mean, one game that you need 30 plus points. If you want to take Titans away from their bonus points, that's it. We can officially say that Titans is the first team to have a back-to-back phase win and take almost the maximum bonus points into the finals. So they will be ending up with about 79 bonus points, which again, that's huge. But as we take a look at it, these are our first 8 teams joining us on Vikendi. Let's take a look and see who the last 4 are to join them. And here they are: GREEDYFORKILLS, MEA Esports, TIMEOUT, and of course Wave Esports. Congratulations with every single team in the top 12 having actually triple digits.
103 was the cut-off mark. Wow. I'm blown away. Like, this is nice. I feel like all the teams in the lobby right now, you guys absolutely have done so well. I enjoyed the way they've played so far this week, and with just one more game left for the day, I cannot wait to see what type of Vikendi game we're going to get to see. But that being said, no time to check time, no time to waste. We'll be going for a quick break, and we'll be back for Vikendi.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
As if this has not been exciting enough, we get to add an extra map to the tally. One more map, one more opportunity for teams to pick up as many points as they possibly can to add to that overall tally. I've been saying that so many times, I'm starting to get sick of it, but what I'm not starting to get sick of it is these teams. They have been bringing in the best possible action, the best level of competitive spirit that I've seen so far in PMPL Africa.
Yes, sir. And I like the fact that everyone has actually, roughed their way to make it into Vikendi. But you know what? Vikendi, not just for the points, but also for the rewards, the extra bonus points. Robin Hood, please. Please, guys,
Please.
hold a crossbow, because at this level, if you get one elim with a crossbow,
That's it.
you're probably gonna win the reward. You know, I almost want to play this game so I can take the crossbow, get just one elim, and grenade myself, and then I know I win.
$200 just for getting a crossbow kill. I mean,
Right?
why? Why have you not yet done this? But yeah, so these are the challenges up for grabs at the end of the day. That's going to be the last opportunity they get to make this one happen. Still need to see some pan action. I'm just saying, it's in the trailer, you know, the adverts show you how to do this, so you should be able to do this. But we'll have to wait and see who's going to be the teams to actually bring that one up to fruition, because we know there's not just these challenges, there's also the one-man army, there's the most eliminations, and the viewer's choice, and that could be selective. So some teams might rather be opting for all of those three than the potential two with the crossbow and the pan.
No, I'm just writing it down there, like who's holding a crossbow, who's holding a pan, you know. And we'll keep our eye out for the run over. It's one thing I know we never shy away from seeing in this region is the grenade usage. So I wouldn't be surprised to see so many grenades being used for that look at my style. But crossbow, pans, run overs, we want to see it all going into this last game of the phase of the stage of the PUBG Bobo Pro League Africa.
As we do, this is going to be it. The last Vikendi that we'll ever see in PMPL Africa Spring 2023. And it's going to come down to these 12 teams. Make it happen here. RUKH Esports already picked up 2 winner chicken dinners today. Whether or not they'll make this one a third, it's going to be up to them and the rest of the teams. But again, we've got a few, new challenges over towards Vikendi. MEA Esports, so good to see them here. We've also got the likes of TIMEOUT making an appearance.
Yep. MEA Esports also being in Vikendi. Oh, I feel so happy. Anyway, just in case you did not realize, MEA Esports, Titan Gaming, VISTA Gaming, Blackjack Esports, Timeout, Triple Esports, side of GREEDYFORKILLS, the World of Battle, Blackhand, RUKH Esports, CRYPTICS, and Wave Esports would be your top 12 teams out here in the map of Vikendi. Right now, I'm not even looking forward to making predictions as to who wins. I'm just keeping my eye out on the elimination feed and the player loadouts.
And especially that zone as we're going to be heading through. I mean, in terms of the flight path, it's a bit of an eastern one. We know this is a 4x4 block map, so very similar to Sanhok in terms of the rotations. Flight paths, you can pretty much get to your usual, I don't know if you can even call it your usual job site, but your job site on Vikendi. And hopefully these teams will be able to capitalize with such a nice central zone. It's like this is the only map where the zone behaves.
Zone kind of acts well. It's kind of a nice one, centered up in that center-ish. We do have the side of Mount Kresnik, Port Vosto still in, Goroka also still in. And I did pose a question. If you're not landing in Goroka, are you really playing the map of Vikendi,
Well, what is interesting to see is over towards Podvosto, we have 2 teams actually taking a little bit of a hot drop, which is wild to see since this is the last possible map of Phase 3, the last possible map between here and the finals. But here they are. It's CRYPTICS and VISTA looking for a little bit of that hop drop action. VISTA running that 2-2 split. Now going to be caught on out. UMP in hand. No crossbow. Just yet. But it will be that first elimination towards the side of CRYPTICS.
I feel like I'm not even so focused because I'm out here looking at the loadouts. Everyone's just G36 and shotguns. And I did mention it with how much damage that we see the DBS do these days. It's very, very hard to see the crossbow in play. I'm not gonna lie, if I were to be the one setting the rooms, I'll just take down DBS low or shotguns low, crossbows high. All you're just gonna find on the floor would be the ARs and the crossbows. Then you'll be forced to pick it.
I mean, the G36C, the one weapon that is, of course, very, very excluded only towards Vikendi. Vikendi special weapon. You're going to see a lot of that. It makes sense, right? But, like, why can't we just use crossbow and pans and, let's go for these challenges. It's your last opportunity. I was expecting that we see a few more teams making that happen, but we'll have to wait and see. Maybe they just haven't spotted one out yet. Still very early on into this Vikendi. That first phase is going to take quite a bit of time to close up, so the teams have a plethora of opportunities to get their rotation in. The only team still needing to rotate is at least the portion there of MEA Esports, Blackjack, Titans, the World of Battle, and of course RUKH Esports. CRYPTICS at VISTA, on the other hand, they've got plenty of time to try and close this one out.
They'll take their time, they'll enjoy. Last time CRYPTICS were in Goroka with the side of Tripoli Sports, they did get taken out in that beautiful 1v3 by IC, or at least the last time I remember. That is what I saw. But it's interesting to see that right now they've decided to choose to go over to Podvosto. Not too much trouble. Timeout also in the background looking to come in through from that cement factory up onto Podvosto. Wavy Sports looking very nice up there on the north in the Cosmodrome. Creatures MT, Movatra being held by the side there of Bronsberg and RUKH Esports. The World of Battle in Winery, they will be having so much loot to themselves. Titan Gaming in Volnova.
Plenty of opportunity and spacing, but we know Zone not really working with some of those places, so Titans will definitely need to make a rotation on in. However, what's interesting to see is we do see Blackjack Esports stepping on closer and closer to Podvosto. We also have Timeout making an approach, so this might spell some doom and disaster for these two teams, but especially now CRYPTICS. Finally, a little bit of back and forth. Vista have found some revenge, but there's an immediate trade back as Mazzaro, who none other than Mazzaro is going to be reaching on in, just doing a little bit of damage.
A lot of damage onto the side there of CRYPTICS, but CRYPTICS will be able to even the tides, get themselves a little bit of a trade going on, getting one more knock onto the side there of Vista Gaming. Cacao did get eliminated earlier on. The revive should be able to come up onto Biscay, but this is a very, very stretched out and elongated fight coming through from the side of Vista and CRYPTICS. To an extent, I just want them to get it done and dusted, especially given the fact that none of them are holding crossbows.
Like, we're tired of you guys. How dare you? How dare you not pick up a crossbow? But maybe they just need some time. That Nade has practically just followed Vista Gaming. However, thankfully, it won't be capitalizing into a knock just yet. But now CRYPTICS can be using that timing, that spacing to get up close and personal. It's a boot. Seems to be better at the jump shots, but the secondary step up is going to take them down to the floor.
Down to the floor, they would fall. A grenade go outside from Biscay to get the HPs low. Molotov to send the burn, but Lazy Boy jumps up just right in time. They have to send it into the church as Biscay just looking to fall back. Mozaro coming through for the support, DBS in hand as Lazy Boy looking to trace with that grenade. Would not be able to get the knock quite yet. Aboud trying to supply as much information as possible onto that onto his teammates. But here comes the push. Biscuit to get one with the DBS. Make that two. This man is onto something. Oh, but the grenades will put an end to his parade. As CRYPTICS still holding up with just one more player in El Chapo. Up in the 1v1 up against Mozaro behind the fence. Grenade gets sent out towards his position. Chunks his HP very low. He's very down on HP. And Mozaro does know that one. DBS for the jump shot. And CRYPTICS out.
Oh, but it was a tough battle, right? Losing two players in the thick of it, not even having that opportunity really to capitalize. CRYPTICS is going to be kicking themselves. That's going to be their last match of the day of this week, as well as they will bow out, but I'm pretty sure they've done enough to secure themselves that top 16. We can say that for most of the teams already going into this one with their top 16 placements. I don't think there's going to be any wild shuffles. We might just see 1 or 2 extra bonus points, but ultimately that zone is still behaving, still centering up. Beautiful kills in center. Mo Esports, no. What rotation is this?
You were supposed to be our Robin Hoods, the one thing that we knew for sure would hold the Robin Hood, the crossbow. But Mo Esports now forcefully reduced to 1 by the side of Blackjack Esports as Hansley now has to run. He has to drive away into the zone, not even looking back. He's just gunning it, or driving straight into the circle. And I really hope he can survive for the longest.
I really hope he's not driving straight into timeout. Please don't stop here. Just, no, continue. No. I know the loot's there. Just leave. Just please. Leave. Don't go into timeout.
Actually, leave if you're holding the crossbow. If you're not holding the crossbow, nah, don't leave. Oh, Hansley, are you holding the crossbow? Tell me now. Let me know if I want to support you or no. He's going to get out now. We'll see it. Get out. Get out. Let's see.
Show us. No.
Oh, damn it. It's the DBS. Timeout. He's here. He's down in Mount Kresnik, you know?
Come fetch. Anyone who doesn't have a crossbow, go fetch.
Yeah.
Oh, no. That hurts, man. But, hey, for MEA Esports, at least they did make it into Vikendi. We have to give them that one. Triple Esports here over towards center. One of the few teams that do have a very nice center position, right alongside the likes of GREEDYFORKILLS, and of course this MEA Esports to timeout combination that we just saw as well. It'd be interesting now with these rotations, especially towards the western side. We've got RUKH Esports and the World of Battle actually running up towards one another. We can see they're the only two teams still out in the blue, and now there's a little bit of a stalemate.
Little bit, a lot of a lot of space to work with from both teams. The World of Battle also utilizing that space too. Has them looking for a little bit of a flank to cover, kind of keep the side there of RUKH Esports, you know, in a little bit of a circle, a little bit of a box. But RUKH Esports do look to be spreading their wings a little bit. Love to see that one, a little bit of awareness coming through from the side, as the World of Battle having to forcefully rotate with 3 players in 1 vehicle. We do not advise, but I mean, Vikendi doesn't really have strong vehicles.
And you know, you might even just surprise another team. They'll think, okay, well, it's only 2 people in a car, surely. Who would ever put 3? And then, yeah, maybe there's a little bit of a pop-out action that will be surprising the rest of the teams. But now, the World of Battle actually making quite a southern approach in terms of just the way in which they're going to try and get themselves into the zone. You can see Hazem might just be up close and personal there, just on the northern side of Dino Park, trying to get a bit of scouting opportunity down for them as well, and get that information. RUKH Esports, in the meanwhile, they've managed to avoid the World of Battle. They've headed on in towards that western side, just south of GREEDYFORKILLS, and they'll be heading in towards the center. Now, in terms of the center, we've got Triple, we've got GREEDYFORKILLS, we've got Mo, at least Hansley from MEA Esports, we've got TIMEOUT. This is going to be a fun one. We've got Titans towards the southern position. There's a lot of spacing still to be had.
Yeah, a whole lot of space for all these teams to work with. At the end of the day, there's only 12 teams on the 6x6 map. You definitely have a lot of space to work with. The zone is about to close once more. Timeout do have a good position, as you said. Triple Esports also in the center. Not a play that would really see from Triple Esports. They're not that team that would mostly see close to the center. But when you land in Goroka and you have this type of zone, you're kind of forced to be in that position. As we see RUKH Esports now start to send it towards that center. Triple Esports holding up a little bit of a split, which means if RUKH Esports are able to successfully isolate one of their players, it might just spell trouble.
Gonna be an interesting one. Triple Esports now rotating around, is gonna be hearing all of those vehicles moving on in. RUKH, they have secured themselves at least a compound. As Triple Esports head on into the forest line, trying to completely cut down any line of sight that the RUKH Esports might have grabbed on towards them. Just for now, delaying that information. And Triple Esports slowly but surely getting closer to GREEDYFORKILLS. Again, gonna be holding this line of sight. RUKH Esports doesn't look like they will follow in pursuit. Still a few potential loots that needs to happen in terms of a crossbow. I haven't seen anyone just yet.
We're just keeping our eye out, watching everyone.
There's a pan.
I feel like
Get the
there is a
pan.
pan. Wait, did he take it? Yeah, he
No.
does. He picks it up. I think it's regular. Okay. It's normal to see them with the pans. I mean, now you can even have more than 1 pan. That works. But right now, I'm really looking forward to seeing who the Robin Hood is. And every time I see a DBS in the hands of somebody, I know for sure he doesn't have that crossbow.
Yeah, no, because then they're just going to be going for eliminations or the one-man army, or maybe just bringing in a DBS clip for the viewer's choice. Although, I feel like the viewers might be done with DBSs. They want to see something else.
Right?
Like, if you want to get a viewer's choice, don't use the
use the DBS. Nah.
It's too
Don't
easy,
use the
man.
DBS.
It does too much damage.
Red Hawks too. Oh, damn it! Damn it!
We're running out of players.
We're running out of players. I'm even trying to look at the floor. Maybe I can find a crossbow, you know?
And shout and just say, please.
And say, there. There's a crossbow there.
We'll have to wait and see how these Vikendi challenges are going to end on up. Not sure who's going to be grabbing that first crossbow
Titans, maybe?
elimination. Maybe.
Titans, maybe?
Please.
Let's see. Oh, DBS. He's got DBS. Tika's got DBS. He is.
DBS crossbow combination, maybe.
Yeah, what do you want to? Do you want to use the combo for long range? Oh, hey, he's got it!
Oh,
he's got it!
I was staring and I was like, wait, is that what
it?
I think it is? Okay, RUKH Esports, they have to win. I don't care. Because they're the first team that we see with a crossbow, they have to win.
Yep, I want them to win, and you know maybe the last alien should be with a crossbow. Oh, it'll be so nice. It'll be so nice. I want to see it. Pusher potentially going for that Robin Hood title. So yes, Pusher, do it. I am all for Pusher right now. At least till I see another player with a crossbow.
At least. But for now, the only thing we know of is RUKH Esports. Zone's still going to be centering on up. Really just a little bit of a shift towards that southern portion. That's going to be favoring majority of our teams. It's only really Vista, Black Hand, and I would say even the half there of Wave Esports that are going to have to make a rotation in. Timeout for the time being. They still have that Mount Kresnik position. And of course, Hansley right up ahead of them. So they might not be leaving just yet. Wave over here towards the northwestern side. We're spotting out at least one member here of Triple Esports making a rotation on out.
Right now, I feel like the only person I want to see is RUKH Esports. Not gonna lie, I'm so biased right now, you can't even imagine. But anyway, Wave Esports though, taking a couple of shots down the ball of the hill, would not be able to find any, and I hope they come for the full send. Triple Esports also in the vicinity as they're doing a lot of work. RUKH Esports just looking, hoping someone does push up onto their position. And see how well that's going to end up for any of these teams. Vista Gaming also looking for a way into the circle as they're holding it up on that northeastern edge. Blackjack Esports on the far east, holding up nice. GREEDYFORKILLS, they do look nice too on that south.
It's not a bad position, right, to move on in from that southern point. They've got a lot of compounds. They've got Titans, though, right up ahead of them, and then the World of Battle moving on in from the south. So we'll just need to be very worrisome, at least, of what's happening in the vicinity and how they will be able to hold that one down. Timeout. Meantime, locking down their Mount Kresnik. They're hearing a few rotations, and that is, of course, in the form of Vista Gaming, just rotating right below them. Mazzaro is going to be jumping out. It's a Brood heading on right up ahead of them. Hopefully, Mazzaro will be able to just provide a little bit of cover fire. Otherwise, we might have to say goodbye to Vista.
Vista Gaming, they do not have that terrain advantage. They're out on the bottom of the hill. Mido is feeling very confident, waiting for that push, waiting for that peak actually, coming through from the side of Vista Gaming, but will not quite get it just yet as it's a boot. He's able to make it into the compound. One of the things we really love about this map of Vikendi is the fact that, you know, there's so many compounds around. You could get yourself into cover. But, you know, when that starts to shrink, the amount of compound reduces. That's why we get to see a lot of slams coming through.
Yeah, and there's definitely going to be a pretty crazy rotation cluster now if we would center up potentially on Villa, because then majority of our teams are going to have to make those awkward rotations side by side. But, ooh, okay, we head on up to Mount Kresnik. A little bit of that Villa still in play, but ultimately, Hansley, right in center almost.
Hansley is just camping in one of the buildings, you know, he's just waiting
Hasn't
it
moved.
out. He's breathing probably like just 1 breath per second, because that man knows if he makes too much noise, he will get spotted. That being said, everyone does seem to have a compound of their own, which is one of the things that we see a lot in Vikendi. We don't get to see so much action because everyone is just chilling, relaxing in a compound. I mean, what more is there for you to do when there's so many compounds to work with? You might as well just find a good spot. But that's why I like Zone going over to the open fields, because it kind of forces all of these teams out of the compounds, out of those little clusters that they find themselves in.
Blackjack Esports over here towards the western side. Vista, of course, has just made a bit of an approach, a lot of noise as they headed on in. And of course, Blackjack now just moved in closer with that noise, with all of the commotion that was happening. Thought they could get a bit of a piece of the action, but have yet to find Mazzaro and It's a Bood. Slowly but surely, they are encircling their position, so it's only a matter of time. It's a Bood now sending out that nade. That is going to be the trigger now for Blackjack Esports. They know, they've got that information. There is someone hiding up into this compound.
Hopefully they would come find him. And just looking at their loadouts here, nobody from Blackjack seeming to hold the crossbows just yet. And I think I'll probably take a little bit of a fault. I forgot to, you know, slide into the DMs of all these players and tell them, yo, please pick up the crossbow, you know, pick up the crossbow. But, well, I guess I'll probably have to wait till the next PMPL split to see that one. But anyway, we're not going to wait too long to see this push coming through from the World of Battle onto the side of Titans. As grenades coming through back and forth, Old Boy would be the one to get the opening as Arthur would go down. The World of Battle now find themselves in an instant disadvantage against the side of Titans. A triple.
And Triple Esports, so they're moving on in for the finish here, but the world battle, they've held on for so long. Oh no!
What?
Why are you trying to bed on up with this? An intruder at the door. Triple, though, will clean it out with a bit of a helping hand with those rotations. They have managed to survive. I don't know, it was looking a little dicey there. Thor still knocked. Hopefully we'll get that res on out, but no, I don't think they'll be able to. Looks like they're just going to unfortunately have to leave Thor behind.
I tell you what, if he was holding a crossbow there, he probably would have gotten that knock with before instead of the DBS. But anyway, Triple Esports make a way into that southern edge of the circle, greedy for kill somewhere in the vicinity, so they might just be there to welcome them. Thor, unfortunately, would be the sacrificial lamb for that one as it does go down. Zone's going to push also down as it favors the Titans, and we do know Titans having this much space, it is danger. It spells danger.
I'm going to say I'll add RUKH Esports into that one. They can move on in very easily from that western side, and they'll be greeted with a nice little care package as well if they do make that approach. But hey, let's take a look at these other rotations. Timeout finally having to move away, and they're going to be going straight behind Blackjack Esports, who's already been dealing with VISTA.
Yep, Hamodi is waiting for them. He's got grenades in hand and he's about to cook it. Triple Esports will go out in the meanwhile. That looks like a good grenade. It's going to get down one player and the other player low on HP, but Hamodi would go down. They will not let him enjoy that anymore. As Timeout have to grab a revive. MG on the top of the roof, getting third party from the side. He's not going to be able to land that grenade as much as he would want it. Timeout going to be capitalizing on that little bit of time that they have. As Phoenix get that knock up onto, wait a minute. How many fights is Blackjack Esports taking at the same time?
I mean, we've got Blackjack Esports up against VISTA, up against Timeout. VISTA at least relegated down to only one member, but they're going to be leaving them now, not going to be able to get those confirmations because now they wanted to take a fight up against Timeouts. It's a boot though, it does go down. VISTA, falling to the nade there of Phoenix. However, there is still a lot of danger around here for Blackjack Esports. It's only Phoenix now up and Adam here. I don't know how they're going to get out.
I don't know how they're going to get out. There's only, one player left for Blackjack, so it's going to be a tough one. Please, can you switch over to RUKH Esports? You know, the boys with a crossbow. I just want to see them. Anyway. We do have a little bit of trouble. Wait, it's raining kills right now. It's raining elims. Phoenix will stop, pop, not getting any shots to connect, and that will be a GG's. That was a little too much for him. And if there were to be more than one player out there, that would have been wonderland of eliminations for Blackjack Esports.
You can't script this, but yep. Unfortunately, not making that connection just yet. Pusher does find from RUKH Esports a bit of a connection, but it's back and forth now between Titans and RUKH Esports towards that western side. Timeout getting involved as well. Black Hand dealing a lot of hands here to Wave Esports.
Well, RUKH Esports just took out Titans, and I guess we all know what that means in terms of our statistics. We'll get back to that one as we watch this push from the side of Black Hand onto Wave Esports. Gaddafi, the last player left for the side, looking to hold up, but RUKH Esports now receive timeouts as visitors. We've seen so many grenade knocks coming through in this Vikendi game. You can tell everyone is going for the look at my style points. Now Rami looking to be the first man in line, sending those grenades up onto the side of Timeout. It's a good one. Would get a lot of damage done onto Hazard, but will not take him down just yet.
Where's Pusher in this situation with the crossbow in hand? I just want to see one knock. I am staring at that elimination feed to see who will be able to get that first knock with the crossbow, potentially the Elam as well. Now that Thirst is going to hopefully come through here. Nice little bit of a nade, does some damage, but it's not quite the connection they need.
And you can tell that Pusher is just waiting for at least one knock onto the side there of Timeout. And then he'll probably start to send it into the building. One player already goes down. Rami gets the information, takes the shots. He's going to find two. Desha now has to hold on. And here comes the push. Bronsberg in front. Grenades are coming out. Mido would fall to the grenade coming through from Pusher. And I'm pretty sure he's begging. Do not get that last Elim. As Pusher now is pushing into the building. The grenade from Greedy for kills would seal the deal for the side of Timeout. But Greedy now, they understood this was a nice third-party action coming through from them. Eugene on the off angle is able to get one. Make that two. As Nosa self-nades his teammates. Reno, the last player left, and Eugene has got a grenade. He's cooking that one up. Reno going for the push-up onto Pusher. Pusher, the man with that crossbow. He's going to push up this 1v1 with the crossbow. He's got a grenade in hand to the face of Reno. It will fall. He gets the knock, and he's going to go up. It's just one more player left. Pusher going for the pre-fire, gets the knock, gets the thirst. He has to push up. Another player goes down for Greedy. Zoxy will be the last player left. He's got a grenade in hand, sending it onto the side of Pusher, but will not quite get it there yet. It's a 1v2 between Zoxy and the side of RUKH.
Of course, Mo Esports, they're still involved, right? I mean, Mo Esports, Hansley was the reason that we saw GREEDYFORKILLS just taking in hit after hit. Black Hand also having some trouble as well. I don't know if they're going to be able to get involved, but Pusher out in the open, perfect line of sight. Please just pick up that crossbow and make this happen.
He still has the crossbow, so which means he still has the hope. They think it's a 2v2, but it's a 2v1v1. Mo Esports still has one more player alive in Hansley. Zoxy now getting heavily baited with grenades. Eugene doesn't seem to want to form up. I think he's leaving this one to just Pusher, as Pusher is looking for the shots. He's going to expose his head throughout that window. He would spot it. Grenade coming out. Grenade would land, but the damage is not quite done yet. Eugene coming in from the outside, looking for the knock. Here comes Hansley as the blue zone starts to push up onto his position. Eugene, though, looking to let Pusher go for this one. They know they're running out of players to take out, and RUKH Esports, they're looking for it. Pusher, come on. He's still going for the grenades, prepping it. He hears him. Crossbow equipped. Is this it? The DBS is what's in hand. The grenade lands as Eugene goes down to Zoxy's grenade. Oh no, it's just one more player, Eugene. Hansley. No, Eugene, don't do it. Eugene, don't do it. He's got a Molotov though into the smoke. Pusher! Yes! He did it! Pusher did it! Yes!
In the last possible second, the last possible player, they made it happen. Pusher! Oh my goodness, extra $200 straight into your bank account. That's brilliant. I mean, RUKH Esports, the 3 chicken dinners. They started the day with a win. They ended the day with a double back-to-back win. And of course, the crossbow challenge only goes to RUKH Esports.
Yes!
Robin Hood right there.
Yes! Yo, I was begging. I'm like, Eugene, don't do it. Eugene, don't do it. And through the smoke again. That is my viewer's choice. I do not care. That is viewer's choice. That is Robin Hood. That just goes, man. Pusher, you've done it.
Oh, that last little fight. Oh my goodness. There he is. Pusher, RUKH Esports, congratulations. Of course, the admins do this, not us, so don't take our word for it, but I think it is. That is brilliant. The Vikendi rewards officially done and dusted because that was our last Vikendi for PMPL Spring 2023 match of the lifetime here for these teams. They brought in the DBSs, they brought in the nades, they brought in the vehicles. Honestly, just bringing in everything except the pan. It was just the pan at the end of the day that we still needed. But that was a good match to end off so far this week and to end off potentially the league phase before we get into those finals. But with that being said, let's go take a look at those highlights.
I hope you see the crossbow.
I'm starting to run out of throws that could potentially cover what we've just seen. All I will say is just thank you to all of the teams for bringing in that action, especially on the last day. They have just upped the bar to a new level that we could have never, ever imagined. But let's take a look at those match rankings. Vikendi was a wild time, Grant.
Yep, and welcome you to the teams. I would like to say thank you to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here in the PMPL. Let's take a look at those rankings. I feel like I don't even want to see the rankings. I just know that Pusher got the elimination with the crossbow. I'm so elated right now. I'm not even concerned about top 16 or anything. But yeah, that's the match ranking. S-Proxy, you do it.
RUKH Esports picking up those 21 eliminations. GREEDYFORKILLS not too far off, managing to get themselves into that top 3. Mo Esports, Hansley, I don't even know how you did it, but you made an approach into the top 3, making it happen here for the likes of Mo Esports. Of course, if we go to that second page, only 4 more teams after this one, because that Vikendi was nice and quiet with the teams. A very weird combination of teams on this side of the rankings, but it is what it is, I guess. They don't really have a pretty wild time to get that many points, and they've already picked up enough, especially for the likes of Titans. So, with that being said, Crowns, Vikendi, done and dusted. We know that the phase has been a pretty interesting one. I'd say this one has been the most aggressive out of the rest.
Yeah, I tell you, we saw so much going into today, and like even the phase in general, all of these teams came in through fragging. They came in with so much prowess. We started to see bottom teams stand up, and we started to see peak adaptation coming through from the teams in this lobby. I love it, and even though Titans ran away with it, it's still good. So let's take a look at that overall ranking.
Finally, we get to take a look at the overall rankings here for the for the general overall ranking. Titan Gaming, no surprise here that we are going to be saying thank you to them for that back-to-back bonus points. So they'll be picking up in 79
Look at that.
into the finals. We've got Triple Esports and RUKH Esports, the only 2 teams to manage to get themselves into the 500-pointer mark. Blackhand, GREEDYFORKILLS, CRYPTICS, Wave Esports, also the only team finding themselves those 400 points. And then, of course, the last team on our top 8 is the World of Battle. So this is going to be the first 8 teams that we confirm are going to be going to the finals, as we can see right in our screens, obviously. Crowns, who are our last 8 going to be?
Just before we start to check that out, on this page, 10 chicken dinners from the side of Triple and Greedy. Love to see that one coming through from them. Titans able to do it with 8, but they're able to put up so much points on board. 421 elims. There's so many things I could point out from this leaderboard just going in here. Blackhand not quite doing it. CRYPTICS able to stay up here. And the World of Battle and Wave Esports, with the amount of work they were able to do in phase 2, they're able to find themselves on that first page. Let's check the second page now.
Yeah, our next 8 teams now to be confirmed into the finals. It is VISTA Gaming, Blackjack Esports, Ra'ad, Arab Golden, TEAMLAG, URUS Esports, Virtual Gaming, and the Mind Weapon. Very similar to what we saw at the beginning of the day. So unfortunately, those bottom 4 teams we will have to say goodbye to. Not after, though, they put in the most amounts of effort. So I'm so happy to see that we are finally seeing some of that resurgence. But we do have to confirm those top 16 teams.
Yeah, these would be our top 16 teams going in through. They'll be getting the final overall what's it called? They would get the points, the bonus points. Yeah, the final bonus points going into the finals to get themselves head start. Blackjack Esports finishing in 10th. Quite interesting. VISTA Gaming, even though they had a cracker of a performance this phase, unfortunately they were not quite able to make it up. But still 9th position. They still got a couple of bonus points into the finals. That would be nice to see coming through from them. Ra'ad able to make it in there. TEAMLAG also, URUS, Virtual Gaming Squad, and the Mind Weapon somehow, someway were able to make it in there. So I really enjoy what I've seen from all of them, but I just got to say, you're going into the finals from here on out. There is no more time to sleep. 4 more days, and you have to make all the research done in those 4 days. You have to make it count. You have to come into the finals. You have to show us exactly what you're made of. And we saw a couple of teams sleeping, but do not sleep anymore, because now is the time to wake up. You're going into the PMPL final, 60k on the line. Show me what you can do.
It was so close for that cutoff there for the finals. Looking at it, the bottom 4 teams, if we have the Mind Weapon on 227 points, we had TIMEOUT on 219, just shy of that top 16 slot. We had Smash Team and Mo Esports both getting over the 200-pointer mark, 208 and 207 respectively. And then, of course, Vampires, we also have to say, unfortunately, goodbye to, as their journey in PMPL Africa Spring 2023 comes to a close. But thankfully, there is still plenty more PUBG Mobile right around the corner. We come back next weekend for the finals, when we can see who are going to be our champions for the season. And of course, we have to say goodbye for now to Crowns, who has joined us on this wonderful journey. He was brought in the action. So Crowns, this is your opportunity. Final thoughts for this season.
All I just know is I had so much fun. All the teams made it too much fun. And let me not even get started with you guys in the chat. I feel like it was amazing support. Everyone did come out here to not just support the teams, also support the casters. This is something we love to see, and it is a huge improvement going through in the Africa region. So on to the finals we go. I'll always be in the chat. Let's see what these teams have got for us.
Well, massive thank you to you, Crowns, for joining us here, and thank you to the viewers, of course, for keeping up the energy. This season so far has already shaped up to be one of the best for PMPL Africa, and the teams are just getting better and better every day in and day out. Ultimately, though, it's that next weekend. We have 6 matches every single day. No groups changing up, no nothing. It's only those same 16 teams that now need to whittle out not only the storm in terms of 6 matches a day, all of that fatigue that comes with it, but also everyone is going to be stepping up. All cards on the table. They're going to be bringing their best possible performances next. And so make sure that you join us, because we know it is going to be fiery. It's going to be spicy. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you next week, Friday, not same time, but almost same time, same place, and we can't wait to see the action.